This is Phase Ed Music.
I should have known he was as good as dead when they wheeled him in.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm sorry I'm starting a little bit later. Had some stuff I had to get done. We're almost ready to go. We're just going to pour up some Dr. Pepper and we will be good for where we have an observed tornado here in Enterprise. Let's go ahead and take a view on this here where we do surprisingly have an observed tornado. So we do have a moderate risk, which we'll get to in just a second, people. But we do have an observed tornado up here near Enterprise. I think it has lifted. However, a dangerous situation ahead today, as we are just starting with 2 tornado warnings. And our other tornado warning is going to be up here in the Monticello area. I think a part of your reason is your outflow is still ahead of this storm, which we will talk all about that in just a little bit. But today is a mesoscale moderate risk. One, that means moderate risk is small, and it is going to have multiple depending factors as if today performs the way we are forecasting. So far, a few of our fail modes have not occurred, but we do have some fail modes that have occurred today. And I'm watching this cell here too, coming up towards Springfield. It is in that environment that could produce tornadoes today. But let's go ahead and bring in the weather front app. Okay, that looks good. We're going to bring it here in view for you guys. So this is your moderate risk of severe weather. This extends from Beardstown, Illinois to Indianapolis, Indiana, Bloomington, Decatur even. This is being driven here by a 15% tornado risk, SIG 2. So EF3s are possible in this area today, which is why we're watching this really closely in this area. As you can see, we have that your SIG 2 area extends from Pittsfield, Olney, Seymour, almost Greensburg, and it does include Springfield, Illinois, Decatur, Illinois, Indianapolis, Indiana. And this is what we're watching really closely today. especially in this area. I made a forecast that I didn't quite get to finish because of a family emergency I had. Which is similar to this, but had the moderate risk up towards Bloomington. Where we have a tornado warning now for this storm that we were just talking about near Petersburg, Athens, Sherman, North Springfield, Riverton, and Mecklenburg. And this is that one of those cells that we're watching extremely closely. We're watching any storm that can stay south of that boundary, because that boundary is subsiding. And both of these cells just have that look to them that if they can get any more inflow, you're going to see a long tracked tornado possibly. That's another thing we're looking at, is long tracked tornadoes. And that's why we are really into this. Alright, coming back to Enterprise, where we did have a brief tornado on the ground that lasted a few minutes on the southern side of Enterprise. It was a roof lifter, nothing too crazy from that tornado. There is tornado potential here, so guys, got me some spearmint. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas, Missouri. Wow. But we do have storms, and you can see this blow up. So we're watching these two tornado warnings to Lano and coming towards Tuscola. Sorry about that, everyone. Now let's go to our confirmed tornado. Whoa. Here we have a new tornado warning. All the way to Forsyth, Argenta, Maroa, Warrensburg, and Latham. Kenny, you guys are now under a new tornado warning here. Until 5:15 Central Daylight Time. These storms are moving at 50 to 70 mile per hour. coming back to our tornado warning, I do expect them to cancel that. That it has weakened substantially. Alright, now that I have a brief second, we're going to go ahead and share this on all social media platforms. There we go. Houston, there we go. And we're watching this area right here. It is broadly rotating, but if it can pick up its strength here, that could produce a pretty big time tornado. So, Alabama is still in effect. Whew, that is. That is crazy. Your outflow boundary is right in here. Coming up towards your storm, and when it does this, I do think that we see a significant tornado. I think we see a violent tornado drop from the storm if it can get ahead of that outflow boundary, and that's what we're watching, is for that potential. So these are your two storms. I'm not sure why this one was tornado warned up towards Mount Pulaski. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to do something. So what we're doing now is we're putting this string to all social media. Now let's go back to Alabama. They still have that confirmed tornado. I'm going to drop to our base tag. Your rotation has died off substantially. So, going back to our Lincoln radar, we're really watching this really closely. This has okay. We have upgraded to an observed tornado with this storm here. So we're watching this extremely closely here, where we do have a tornado on the ground. Going back to here, I just lost chat. Give me 1 second. Where we do have a brief wispy tornado here near Garden City. So we do again have that. But let's go up to our Indianapolis radar, where we do have, not our Indianapolis, but our Lincoln radar, where we do have an observed tornado here. And we're really starting to see that inflow path kind of get blocked up temporarily. And we have another tornado warning here in Missouri. Your tornadic rotation is right here in this area. And this is where a prompted tornado warning has been issued for. That was perfect placement on that. I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado tries to form over Springfield or very close to Springfield. Coming back to this tornado warning, however, where we did have a brief speed tornado 1 mile from this point. Only touchdown for 5 seconds. So, bring back to Illinois. And watching this area right here where we do have a clean section of a inflow feeding into this storm, which could allow to a tornado to possibly form. And this is going to kind of congeal, possibly. I do want to point out that is a signature I haven't seen in a long time. It is not a bad signature. It's not saying, oh, there's a big time tornado on the ground. All that is kind of saying is there's a lot of inflow feeding into this thing. A lot of inflow. That's your tornadic rotation right there. It is mildly weak rotation. I'm not going to say it's weak, but it is weak. I do have enough confidence to say there is not a tornado on the ground. But we do have rotation. So, they did cancel that tornado warning like I thought would for Tolano and Alabama as well. I think they canceled this tornado warning. Mount Pulaski, Broadwell, Elkhart, and Lake Fork. Well, Lake Fork. You guys come out of your tornado safe place. We have new area of rotation kind of forming right over Springfield. If this can stay ahead of the outflow boundary, I do think we see significant tornado genesis with this cell here. Now let's go back to our Kansas tornado warning here, where we do have Garden City under a tornado warning. This is a broad area of rotation. We did have a tornado very briefly. It only lasted about 5 seconds. But that is your area of rotation with this. This is heading towards Quake City, Blairstown, Chilhow, Post Oak, and Layton. You guys need to stay in your tornado safe place with this tornado warning until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Watching this area of rotation with this tornado warning north of Mexico, Missouri, and south of Santa Fe. Coming back to Alabama, though, that's your storm died. Your storm died. Enterprise, though, you have another storm coming up. I do not expect it to produce a tornado, but there's that small chance. I don't see any indication that we have a tornado on the ground or even imminent at this point with this cell. I'm watching one area with this storm. Well, a new development area as well to the south of Warrensburg. But I'm watching this here, and this is your main area. This one's dying off. However, this one's starting to take your rotation from that one. This is what we call a meso handoff. Rotating wall cloud due south of 72. So right here is your tornadic rotation. We did have a very brief funnel cloud on camera. I do think we need a tornado warning. In this area to capture this rotation here. Going back to our Kansas radar here. We're still watching that rotation as it goes to Blairstown. Let's go get a storm track. Blairstown, about 10 minutes. You need to be in your safe place right now. Do not wait to see or hear this storm. And then we have these storms here, which we are watching really closely in Missouri. This is not your moderate risk, but this is the I want to zoom to this Warrensburg storm, which does have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and it is probably going to be tornado possible. No. It's an interesting move. It is rotating, however, but it's way weak. We also have some rotation in this area here, which could produce tornadoes as well. There's your boundary right there in Missouri and Kansas. So this white line here depicts Kansas on this side, Missouri on this side. Let's zoom back to your tornado warning here, where your area is broadening out, so I wouldn't expect them to continue this tornado warning much longer, though. Coming back here, we do have a rotating wall cloud wrapping in rain curtains. And that's going to be with this new development area that I was just talking about near Warrensburg. We are seeing a large hail area here. Very large hail being reported by radar. At about 1,000, so probably not that high, but sorry about that. We have a new tornado warning in Iowa. Wow. That is your tornadic rotation right there. This is the strongest we've seen all day. This is going to be moving in towards south of Berryville, Lennoxville, Seneca. Here in about, let's storm track this. In around 20 minutes, it will be near Lynxville, and then Seneca in 30 minutes if it takes a left turn. Right now it is moving to the southeast. So Boz Cobble in around 50 minutes. If this can sustain itself, you might see that tour I want to get extended for you guys in Steuben as well. Now going back to Illinois, we have an area of rotation near Meckensburg and just south of Warrensburg, which we are watching this pocket here really closely. And then we also have 2 Missouri tornado warnings. Our first one has kind of weakened just a bit. That's your tronic rotation. This will stay mostly over rural Missouri. In Audrain County. We also have another tornado warning south of Quick City, which we are watching really closely as it goes towards Blairstown. It'll be impacting Blairstown very shortly here. So. And we're also watching this storm near Archie as well, which is what I was looking at. But let's go back to Illinois. We have another tornado warning. Pretty sure it's on this cell here. It might be this one because, yeah, there it is. That is some large hail being 77 dBz. Mount Auburn, Niantic, Carristown, Decatur, Oakley, Long Creek, Mount Zion, Macon, Booty, and Blue Mound, you are now under this tornado warning. This tornado warning goes until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Mount Auburn, less than 15 minutes, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Right now, you do have around 10 minutes. This should stay south of Decatur, but Decatur, you're going to have a destructive hail core. Now let's go and track this hail core. It will impact southern Decatur here. And so you guys need to be sheltering inside. If your vehicles are outside, cover their windshield. But you are now under a tornado warning, so. That is your tornadic rotation right here. Booty in 30 minutes. Blue Mound, Macon, 35 minutes. Mount Zion in 45 minutes. Dalton City in 52 minutes. That is close to being on the ground. If not, it is on the ground. We're going to treat this as if it's on the ground. So go ahead and take your tornado precautions still in Lynxville. There it is. That's your new update. That is a tornado on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground doing damage. There's even lowered ZDR there. Ooh. Is a tornadic debris signature right now. You can see this here. So this is an algorithm called potential tornadic debris signature, or PTDS. It takes correlation coefficient, spectrum width, ZDR, and velocity. It relies on velocity and correlation coefficient heavily. There's your observed tornado warning upgrade. Ooh. You'll see when we see that update, that velocity update, you'll see that update as well. There you go. Could be a significant tornado on the ground right now. That would not surprise me right now. Lower ZDR and pretty high turbulence here. You're seeing around 36 knot turbulence. So Lynxville, you need to be in a tornado safe place right now. Do not wait to see her here. Alright, let's move over to our coming back here, still. Harper's Ferry, you need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions. This is going to be moving into Harper's Ferry right now. Do not wait. Less than 15 minutes, Harper's Ferry. I know you guys, again, are not under that tornado warning. But this is the track of the tornado. sorry guys, I have turned that down. It's again, intense tornado ongoing here. Intense tornado heading towards Harper's Ferry. Oh, intense, significant. Coming back here, we need a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for this. Jeez. 79 dBz. I'm trying something. Whew. 79 dBz. And this is moving into the Decatur area. Alright, let's go back to our tornado warning that is on the ground doing damage. And that is a significant tornado right now doing damage. You don't see the signature on weak tornadoes. This is a significant tornado doing major damage. We can only pray that it misses Harper's Ferry. Lowered ZDR, where we do have that debris ball, you can tell this. So your higher ZDR, we're looking right here in ZDR, and that's what we call a lowered ZDR. We also, I want to point this out, have what we call a ZDR arc. Then you have your lowered ZDR. That's how we use ZDR. KDP is not really blowing it up here. There's your new tornado warning for Eastman, Steuben, Wazeeka, and Eastman, where we again have a tornado on the ground doing damage, a possibly significant tornado on the ground. I'm going to say possibly. Alright, let's go and move back to our Missouri tornado warnings. Yeah, we only have 3 tornado warnings now. We're tracking this area. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop the tornado warning in about 10 minutes. That's your tornadic rotation right now. Moving back to our other so we just got that tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised if this one gets canceled soon. Creighton, Urich, Hartwell, and Clinton, you guys are now under a tornado warning for this supercell. I'm decently surprised that this was not a tornado watch in this area and they resorted to a severe thunderstorm watch. We don't have a tornado on the ground, but we do still have a ZDR arc on this as well. Hartwell in about 30 minutes. So Hartwell, you got 30 minutes. You're rich. Creighton, you have 15 to 30 minutes right now to be near Trail Safe Place. Clinton, you got about 50 minutes. Ladue, same thing to you guys. Moving back to Illinois. That's not a signature you want to see. Coming towards Blue Mound, that is not a signature you want to see. And I do want to get an update. Your hail has kind of come down in intensity. But that is a very intense hail core. This is not a signature you want to see near... Wow, oh my god. This is not a signature you want to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tornado go right through Blue Mound at this time. I really wouldn't be surprised if we're starting to see a tornado on the ground. Coming back to our significant tornado that is currently on the ground. You still have that area of lowered ZDR. Your arc is kind of done arced out. But we still have a arcing here. I wouldn't be surprised if we got significant tornado damage out of this tornado warning. Moving back to Illinois, we're watching this really closely. I'm gonna say this. I won't be surprised if we see a correlation coefficient drop in the next 1 to 2, maybe 3 scans. It's got everything it needs. This has a look. But we also have a new tornado warning here. For Liberty, what radar? St. Louis, okay. 10,000 feet. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. That's your tornadic rotation right there. The high tilting. A lot of tilting in the cell with your reflectivity. Let's get a good storm track here. Perry at about 22 minutes. Beverly, you need to be near Tri-State Place. You have about 10 minutes. First Isles, 30 minutes. But you also have that hail core coming towards you guys. Here's your hail core. Right here, this is a hail core. Hail and very heavy rain core. That's on the ground. That is doing damage right now. Let's go back north here. We're about to have a significant tornado. We have a tornado here as well, which has had significant tornado. This is a fairly strong tornado here. I'm not sure where the PDS warning is. That does not matter. You're under a tornado warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions. This is messaging that gets people to take shelter. And we're not going to use that. Coming back here. Broad rotation. This is doing damage right now. I cannot see it not being on the ground. I think our next reflectivity, we're going to see a correlation coefficient drop appear. And that's where I just... PDS tornado warning now. There you go. We now have PDS tornado warning here for Eastman. This is a strong tornado, which I was just saying this here. Steuben, you have 20 minutes to prepare. You need to be in your safe place right now. Right now, you have 20 minutes till you see impacts from this strong tornado here. We're about to see another PDS tornado warning. There is no way this is not doing damage right now. Moequa, you are now under a tornado warning as well. So again, this is one of the many PDS tornado warnings I do think we see. Oh, that is surprising to me. That we do not have a correlation coefficient drop. That is really surprising. We did just about 1 minute ago. Bow funnel observed west of this location becoming less visible now. That is your twin rotation. That is your storm track there. Alright, let's go back to our PDS tornado warning, where it has crossed the border into Wisconsin. In an hour, this will be near Dodgeville. You need to be ready. Again, this is a significant, strong, possibly intense tornado here. I'm definitely not going to count that out. Again, we're still seeing that rotation track to the southeast towards Bethany in about 30 minutes. Sullivan in about 45 minutes. Moequa, you are also under a tornado warning because of how close this is to the border of the other tornado warning. You need to be near a safe place as well. Alright, let's go to our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, where we have a strong and possibly intense tornado ongoing right now, heading towards Steuben in 15 minutes. Now, you guys see the coloring on this tornado warning is a little bit more brighter. It's pink. This is where we have a strong tornado on the ground. This is wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it until it's too late. When you see it, it's going to be right on top of you, especially if you don't know what you're looking at in rain-wrapped situations. Alright, let's move back to our Kansas radar here, where we're tracking this storm near Ur Ridge, Hartwell. It is broadly rotating. You also have another storm to the south of it that is going to try to, and is tornado warned now. So Butler, Almoret, Worland, and Foster, you are now under a tornado warning. And this tornado warning does go until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's go and get a storm track on this tornado warning here. Armet, you need to be in shelter now. It is less than 5 minutes away from you right now. Foster, 30 minutes. Coming back up to a strong tornado here. I think it has weakened a tad bit. That southeast turn towards Charleston really does kind of concern me. That lets it tap into a better, a better environment here for tornadoes. So, all right, moving back to our PDS tornado warning. So this is our product correlation coefficient. It runs from a scale of 0 to 1. 0, if we see a full 0, so we're at 0.59. When you get around 0.89, 0.76, you will see the potential of a tornado or other non-meteorological things that are misshaped. So you have raindrops and hail that are fairly same size. Some of your larger hail will produce many CC drops, but those are easy to tell that that's not a tornado, that's in your hail core. But when you have strong rotation overlapping a correlation coefficient drop, that's where we expect. Again, this surprises me that it has not touched down yet near Moweaqua and towards Bethany in 15 minutes. Now let's go back up to our PDS tornado warning, where we do have a significant tornado that has occurred. I do think it's weakening. That looks like a lake. It is weakening, but I want to note this is a classic shape. This is an S shape, and this is not what you want to see. This is a tornado. That is a tornado signature. I'm watching this rotation here, where we do have a major RFD surge occurring right now. You see the arching in RFD. You can also see a secondary arch. So we do have two arches right now. This is a very dangerous storm. Power line snapped, so we may have had a brief tornado That's going to be your RFD surge. So that's going to be from your RFD, where we did have power lines snapped. Alright, let's go back to our PDS 20 here again. Definitely has weakened a tad bit. I want to take a cross section. Oh, we did get a new 20. We will take a look at that in just a minute. Oh, this is a mini supercell. Looks like we had debris lofted 17,000 feet. So again, that is a significant tornado that is occurring right now. Let's go ahead and move to our new tornado warning. Tuscola, we are watching this cell. Weren't we just watching a tornado warning there? Yeah. Watching this area where we do have some broad rotation right in this area heading towards Tuscola. Let's get and storm track this here. And then we're going to do a full sweep here. Tuscola in 15 minutes. This storm is moving at 55 miles per hour. This is going to be going towards Camargo, Villa Grove, Broadlands, and Pestrum, Newman. You guys need to be near a trail safe place. This tornado warning does remain in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Moving back to Missouri, we do have 3 tornado warnings active. We have a new tornado warning, and that's going to be an extension here for Lovington. I am not sure why this tornado warning is as far north as Hammond. I don't know, but you are under a tornado warning. The National Weather Service knows why they did that, so they have issued that for you: Atwood, Lovington, Bethany, Sullivan, Alienville, Findlay, Gaze, and Windsor. Again, we do have strong rotation. We have multiple storm chasers that I'm watching right now, and we do not have a confirmed tornado with this at this time. Sullivan in 30 minutes, Bethany in less than 15 minutes. Matt Toon in just about an hour if this storm can continue and maintain intensity. Alright, let's go back to Arcadis tornado warnings like we were going to do until that new tornado warning was issued. That new tornado warning also goes until 6:30. Watching this rotation right here, this is heading close towards Butler, but will not impact Butler. So you guys need to stay near a safe place, but you guys should be fine. You guys will experience some high winds though. Coming up to our Urich tornado warning. The chest tightened up just a tad bit. And then Clinton in about 25 minutes. Coming back to our PDS tornado warning, it has weakened substantially. We're not really seeing a big CC drop with it here. And so that is certainly good news with this storm here. Got our big water pitcher here. want to check mesoanalysis on this storm. I'm going to check mesoanalysis on this storm. And change sector. That's a good sector. As storm's doing, we're going to bring this into view for you guys. So this storm right here is what has a lot of fuel. We do have weak to moderate shear, but a very elongated hodograph, which is really good for the potential of a tornado with that cell. That just produced a PDS tornado warning. We have Fat Cape, noted by that blue line here, and between the red here and the blue, and there is where we have that Cape. And then coming back to Illinois, we have a very, very strong shear and a very elongated hodograph, which is really good. Again, about 2,000 joules per kilogram surface base Cape and 1206 mixed layer Cape. I personally do not have access to Puerto Rican radars with the radar site that I use. We do plan to try to figure out a way for this hurricane season. They have dropped that PDS tag. Lot of instability, and you have a lot. We're gonna zoom in here. So your PDS tornado warning, you guys can see these multi-parameters. Your blue is surface vorticity, red is your 3 Cape. This is kind of a cheat code. And this is in that area where it's in between between 100 3 Cape, which 50 is sufficient for intense tornadoes, and a ton of surface vorticity. I want to bring in our mixed layer Cape. And also bring in SKU2 maps. I want to bring in surface observations. Your warm front is located along this area here. Coming back into Steuben, where we did have that velocity signature weaken substantially. Woo! That is a tornado on the ground in Butler. Near Butler. No, that might be clean air. I'm not sold. That is a mistake. I just made that. It doesn't even line up with rotation. That was not a tornado. There is a funnel cloud here in our... This is your tornado. We do have a funnel cloud. Might touch down again, however. Boss Cobble, Blue River, and Muscota, you are now under a new tornado warning. So this is the new tornado warning as an extension. We're watching this really closely towards Sullivan. So, moving back to our Butler storm, we do not have a tornado on the ground with this storm, but we are watching the potential for a tornado. And we do not have any observed tornado warnings. They have dropped all observed tornado warnings. I know what that says, but it hasn't had time to update. There it is. We're also tracking rotation towards Clinton as well. Alright, let's move towards our former PDS warning. Where we're behind all this rain, which is why it has weakened substantially, but you still have very strong rotation. And that's the rain we're talking about. Again, starting in July, I will be working a job part-time, so our severe weather coverage is going to go down just a little bit, but alright, let's move to Illinois, where we are in a environment primed for tornadoes. This has been my target all day. And this kind of lines up with the SPC moderate risk too. We have watched this area. I don't know if it plays out as expected, which would be really good if it did not. I was thinking something in my head, and I'm trying to type something on my other screen. And I typed the wrong thing because I was saying that one thing. It is sad. Watching the storm near Sullivan, and StormNet does have probabilities on this that are pretty high. Typically I don't say, oh, StormNet, but StormNet is proving to be very valuable. Again, we do not have a tornado on the ground with this, but we are watching for the potential of a tornado with this storm here. Let's go and move back to Missouri, where we do have multiple tornado warnings occurring right now. Clinton, your phones are going off again. That doesn't mean... That does not mean you are clear from a tornado warning. That means you're under a new tornado warning. So, and then we have this Butler storm as well. Appleton City, Montrose, and Rockville, you are now under this tornado warning as well. This storm is moving at 14 miles per hour. So we're really, really watching this. And let's go back to the storm I have had my eyes on since its existence here near Sullivan. It is not currently on the ground. I think we have had multiple brief tornadoes with it. Before we storm track this, let's let the velocity update. So it's Inville. We also have rotation that just crossed over Tuscola, going to Camargo, and Newman, Villa Grove, and Broadlands. That's your tornadic rotation right there. It's very weak. It is very broad. Very broad. Also watching this storm here for the potential of it to tornado. But it is traveling through rain-cooled air, which would definitely inhibit tornado potential. Sorry about that, everyone. Mattoon, Charleston, Humboldt, Arcola, Hinesboro, Oakland, Raritan, Bourbon. You guys are under a tornado warning. This tornado warning does go until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Lovington, Sullivan, you guys can come out of your tornado safe place. Alright, let's move back to Wisconsin, where we do have a tornado warning. 4 power lines snapped in the vicinity of a radar tornado. Tornadic debris signature. Yeah, definitely got hit by that tornado. So this is your evolution here, where we did no severe thunderstorm warning, where we did have a brief PDS swarm warning, and a 2% tornado risk. You always, this is a general rule of thumb, I wouldn't be chasing your main risk. I would have been chasing your surface low, which has a lot less chasers on it. Watching the storm near Clinton, and it's going over Clinton right now. It is not on the ground at this time. Again, it is not on the ground at this time, but it is doing some damage. We have 3 Illinois, 2 Missouri, 3 Missouri, 3 Illinois, and 1 Wisconsin. Tornado warnings. And we're watching that storm near Tuscola here start to weaken off a bit. Alright, let's bring in a radar that, when we cross into Terre Haute, we'll be using. Flag. Oh. And we are going to be watching this cell. It is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail. Report from Imping. Street road flooding. Street/road closed. Vehicles stranded. So this is a radar view of our first tornado warning. That's your first, second, third, and you just go off here and are moderate risk. We are going to be watching these cells here too. I just have my uncertainties about how these cells will perform today. But again, this is thankfully underplaying, and I think I was right to keep an enhanced risk in this area. I actually had an enhanced SIG 3. And my day 2 risk is a lot. Actually pretty good. I had a sick 3, but it didn't save. So here were my thoughts today about 1 a.m. And I haven't really changed them. I did not do wind, I did tornado, because again, I had a family emergency. So this is where I was thinking. I had thoughts of adding a 15% in the area, but I did not. This is about where I was going to draw that 15. That's where I had that thought to put that moderate risk, but I did not. I kept it here at an enhanced risk, extending all the way for 4. Wait, did I do the wind? Or hell, no. But this was my thoughts, and I did also have that, again, area here. In Iowa, so that was my forecast. We do have a new Iowa tornado warning, so let's go and take a look at that. Dodgeville in 20-something minutes. And 30 minutes, Dodgeville. Highland in less than 15. You need to be near a safe place right now. Do not wait to see or hear this tornado. This is going to be your rain ramp. And if this tornado does drop and does touch the ground, we're going to be seeing a significant tornado. Potential. Everything in here is rotating. Only 2 of these storms are able to produce tornadic rotation. And that is really good news. I do expect an Oklahoma, Arkansas, day 4, 15% risk. that is your tornadic rotation. Just went through Clinton. Alright, moving back to these storms here. We exit the surrounding roll. We'll have to switch radars on this. So we're still watching the cell here. I'm also watching this near Decatur. Arcola, Chesterfield, Bourbon, Mattoon, you guys are able to come into your true safe place now. The tornado threat has passed you. We do have 6 tornado warnings. 2 in Wisconsin, 2 in Missouri, 2 in Illinois. Ignore that. 1 tornado warning in Illinois. Let's go. The Tuscola tornado warning, which I said I would be surprised if they canceled, did cancel. So we have officially seen that tornado warning canceled here. And so with that, we are only at 5 tornado warnings. Let's go to Missouri here. So we still have weak rotation with this, but let's go to Missouri, where we have another round of storms firing off of this boundary here in Paola. We had 2 boundaries and they collide, and you're about to see another. I have that feeling you're about to see where we have 4 tornado warnings. 1 Wisconsin, 1 Illinois, and 2 Missouri. So certainly good news. Today is not panning out as we have expected it to thus far. I do have a personal 5% tornado risk. Kind of in. Let me find it again. This area as well. We've already seen a tornado from this area, so. And we're watching these two tornado warnings here. We do have broad rotation, one right here and one right here. They are weak. I do not expect tornado warnings on either of these being extended. I'm back to Illinois. We still have this tornadic rotation. I do want to mention. So this is where we have our current rotation. Your storm, your rotation from your first tornado is a long way away. Let me get a measurement here. The tornado was on the ground for approximately 30 miles. Approximately. Alright. Hello. Are you in the risk tonight? I'm not exactly sure where you live. Or what city you're from. I know you're probably in Illinois. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Coming back to this tomorrow morning in the Illinois Charleston area. Mattoon, you guys have been removed from this tomorrow morning. Arcola and Humboldt, you guys can come out of your trail safe place today. But I do remember you. I just don't remember where. Coming back, we do have, you're in Northeast Ohio. Yes, you are in a risk. Right now, with how this is playing, I do think your risk is a little bit lower. I do not think you see significant severe weather. Your most probable is 2.5-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds today. But that even in itself is unlikely to happen. I do expect them to drop this tornado warning here. You're on media. Alright. Let me bring in weather model just really quickly. So I can sample the environment that you're going to be working with. Thunderstorms will roll through the area. Let's go and bring in a radar for that. Strong thunderstorms will possibly roll into the area around 10 p.m. in northwest Ohio, and you're in northeast. They will be weakening by then, so 60-mile-per-hour winds, approximately around 1 a.m. Eastern, 12 a.m. Central. They could be tornadic. I'm not going to say 100%. And bring in Cleveland radar, just really briefly. Most of your significant storms are going to be to your south. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, inch and a half of hail possible between 10 p.m., which is when a thunderstorm might impact you, all the way till 2 a.m. You work in landscaping and you're trying to keep better track now? Yeah. You should be fine as long as you're done by about 9. There is, however, some rain showers. There is some rain heading your way, however, so. Let's go back to La Crosse radar here, where we're watching this cell that has weakened substantially. And then let's go back to our Illinois, where they do continue this tornado warning for the Paris, Marshall, and Kansas areas. This tornado warning does go until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other underground is telling me it's supposed to get about 3/10. Yeah, that's probable. I'd probably go more 4/10, 5/10, but kind of based off how heavy rain could get with these cells. We're watching this considerable storm and large hail being recorded here by radar. And we have this hail core. We also have another hail core in this area here, going right over Dalton City, which is close to our rotation in this storm. It is going to be elevated rotation. You'll see it right there. As you go up, your rotation tilts. So that's your updraft to spinning the hail till 2-3 inches. Alright, I gotta pour up some water really quickly. I just got my yard mowed today, so. Then my lawnmower breaks. So I had to finish mowing with a weed eater. But I didn't have much to do. So it took me about 40 minutes with the weed eater. Moving back to Missouri, we do have another tornado warning still. But they are probably going to let this expire, I do believe. This tornado warning does remain until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Cole, you guys can come to your tornado safe place. Tight wall, stay in your safe place for about 5-6 more minutes. You guys will be fine. We're also watching this storm near Hume, which does have rotation in it. It might get a tornado warning coming towards Ridge Hill, Metz possibly. Excuse me. So. And coming up to our Warrensburg storm, it is not an intense storm, it is just heavy rain with the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds, and we did have a brief area of a hail core. So we can now, it's not rotating much, but there's very, very broad rotation. That thing I'm concerned about. And then coming back to this tornado warning here, I want to remove the marker. We still have your tornadic rotation in this area. That right there is your rotational signature. It wraps around like this, excuse me. Yeah, it is this. No, it is this. Wow. Sorry, you guys, what you guys are seeing, my camera is flipped. So this over here is on my left side. So this is my left side. And that's your right side. But it looks good though. Coming back to Illinois here. Should start getting into view here. Grandview. Excuse me everyone, sorry about that. I was gonna use the new warning for a storm track. It is broadly rotating. We've had multiple lowerings with it as well. Alright, let's go back to Missouri for a quick update. We're not going to stay here in Missouri for long. Tightwad, you guys are no longer one. Hi there, Hatman. You guys are no longer in this tornado warning, and the storm is no longer tornado warned. They have went ahead and canceled that tornado warning early. So we have 3 tornado warnings and 1 considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go take a look at that considerable severe thunderstorm warning here, where we have a very intense hail core. Our radar is showing 3.95 inches, and we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning I was just about to say we need to go and issue that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for this. This is going to be 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's surprising. And baseball-sized hail. Okay, so... Whew. I have... It's not crazy. Obviously, I'm not entitled to say that because I'm the streamer. You're in Goshen, Indiana. Goshen, sorry. You do have the chance for a couple severe storms. It is highly unlikely because your severe storms are down here. But if you can get maybe a stronger cell to come up there, yes, you could. But other than that, yeah, you're going to be good tonight. You know, I'm not entitled to say I'm better. I'm working towards a meteorology degree starting this year. I'm going after a law enforcement degree, and that because I get my general education done, then I'm going right to OU for meteorology. So, but you know, that means a lot to me. Thank you. So another intense hail core, though. Coming back to Oliver. Very broad rotation still. It's there where we want to say it, but I have a feeling Indy may be hit tonight. We pray not. Currently, how we're looking, these storms tracking southeast, they shouldn't. They might get large hail, but I think we're really dodging a bullet today with it. This is some of the highest reflectivity we've seen today. We're at 76. Highest we've seen is 79. These are very rare to see when you get in the 75 and above. This is a very rare reflectivity scan. Very, very large hail. We're probably approaching 4.5 inches in this area. I'm going to be honest, I think that's what you're only seeing at the ground. I think elevated, you may be seeing, before it falls down, 5-6 inches. I'm doing research on hail right now, and kind of what I'm finding is your hail is much bigger than we're thinking. This is coming from multiple studies. Yeah, I was unsure about the tornado threat today, so let me pull up my personal forecast, which I do post on social media. This was my personal forecast for today. I actually didn't even have a moderate risk. I just had your intense tornado potential for from Bloomington. This was made about 1 a.m. I had a family emergency, so that kind of prevented me from making many forecasts today, but this is a hail spike. You have such large hail that it's picking up on correlation coefficient. This is a very, very serious. This is going to do major damage. Where's radar? We have 80 dBz. 80 dBz. That is, yeah, there was a tornado in Enterprise very briefly, I think. Maybe 5-6 minutes. That was by a tower cam. Alright, let's go back to Wisconsin on that tornado warning. You have an inflow notch here. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. This possibly relates to tornado, not tornado, but family emergency. That was not, thank God. That was not. So you do have that inflow notch starting to kick in. Might tighten up rotation again. We may see the surface low produce another tornado here shortly. Coming back to our Indianapolis radar. I don't like how far we are from the radar, but this is going to be our closest radar, starting about Oliver Marshall. We do have some elevated rotation in the area. Let me change our colors here. We do have our elevated rotation. This is not the rotation that is currently near the ground. Your ground rotation. Let's move off to our closer radar of Lincoln. Is in here. As you get higher up in a storm, your rotation tilts. So it'll look like this, your rotation here, but your rotation at ground level is here. So that's why we have to adjust for that when we're looking at 7,000 to 8,000 feet. Coming back to our variant in tail core, which briefly produced an 80 dBz reading. Arthur, Arcola, Humboldt, Bourbon. Be inside a house, a very sturdy structure. This is producing 80 mile per hour winds as well. That does tip mobile homes over. That does significant damage. And adding 4 or 5 inch hail, that is going to do significant damage to houses, the roofs of houses. You don't want to be standing outside being hit by hail. Speaking from mild experience. Definitely not 80 mile per hour wind, 5 inch driven hail, but I've been through hail while chasing. Actually, that was April 25th of this year near Ada, Oklahoma. Terry Hott, you have 45 minutes to go ahead and prepare. You are not under a tornado warning right now. However, if this storm can continue, there is a chance that it does prompt a tornado warning for you guys towards Sealyville, Center Point, Cloverdale, Spencer, Patricksburg, Clay City, Coal City, Farmersburg, Pimento. If this storm can continue, you guys are under the gun for a possible tornado warning. Going back to our tornado warning, we're going to have to switch radars here shortly. We are watching where we did have a brief inflow notch here. We still kind of have an inflow notch, however, this weekend substantially. It's probably a sector one. What we're doing right now, I want to bring this view in on our hailer, so our hailstorm. It's not, it doesn't want to work. And that's why you really don't have low level curvature. Usually you kind of want a more curved topograph here, but you don't have that curved topograph. in the lower levels. Now, when you get up about 3, 4, it rotates like crazy. I'm so curious on 3 Cape. So it's working with about 1,500 joules per kilogram Cape. And not a lot of 3 Cape. Your LCLs or your lower level clouds. Now, you guys, there is a storm up here in Goshen. However, it is very weak. It could produce a few severe thunderstorm warnings, which Arizona and Florida are, but that's beside the point. We're going to go check those out in a minute. But it's not going to be anything like we're experiencing down here in our tornado risk. So our cheat code, 3 Cape, kind of shows this area. Yeah, Clark County looks horrible. That is a very nasty Okor. That is your best chance of a tornado. Include the surface front. Surface low, because you don't count surface lows out. Our kind of cheat code there tells me that this storm still has potential, but it's weakening just a bit. I'm coming back here to this storm here in Coles, Douglas, and Platte. It shows we have 2 tornado warnings in Illinois. Here it is. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if that's closer to 4-inch hail. I at this point think that might be 4-inch hail that we have seen falling. Arthur, if you guys are in Arthur, there's going to be significant amount of hail damage. This is an elevated storm. But looking down here, if they can tighten up, we might see a tornado drop. Yeah, baseball-sized tail, but we're probably looking at softball-sized tail right now in the storm. Easily. I think the warning is kind of underdoing it. Coming back to our Kansas storm, we do have broad rotation. I do expect them to cancel the tomorrow warning. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry about that. It is a life-threatening situation. Did they call EDS? Yeah, they went EDS on it. Which is why we are also monitoring that storm kind of a little bit harder than our tornado warnings right now, which we only have 2. This one and then the tornado warning here, which is no longer in Dodgeville. You guys can't come out of your tornado safe place. I do expect this tornado warning to be canceled pretty quickly. So we only have really 1 storm that possibly could be tornadic still. And then we're watching this elevated storm. If it can tap into surface instability, you are going to see a very dangerous situation. Let me bring in Indianapolis. Let's see if we can see anything. I do expect them to drop this tornado warning. I'm not seeing anything to me that tells me this is going to drop. I really don't. But Grandview, Kansas, Redmond, Paris, Vermilion, Oliver and Denison, you guys are still under this warning, as well as Marshall. You need to be in your safe place. Westfield, you can come out though. The rotation has passed you and is not threatening you at this time. Sorry guys, wow. I am having intense chest pain. Even from that radar, that is a very intense hail core looking at 11,000 feet. Excuse me. Very intense hail core. Let's go and use our Ohio radar to move to Arizona, and I do have an update for you guys. Let's go back up to Illinois, Wisconsin. There is no more red polygon. They have dropped the tornado warning on this cell. Still, the hail core has come down a tad bit. Watch out for a possible tornado in Mattoon. I don't know. The storm is elevated. Yeah. Oh, the storm is elevated to no end. It needs to tap into the surface instability, which it is failing to do, which is really good. Because this is the storm that, if you have that intense hail core like this, and you'll see that hail core kind of go away, and as it taps in, you'd probably see a very intense fire. We are watching the severe thunderstorm warning as well over Jacksonville, New Berlin, Chatham, Auburn, Pawnee, Waverly, Murrayville, and Winchester. This is a regular severe thunderstorm warning. This tornado warning does go until 7:15 Central Daylight Time. And this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is still 80-mile-per-hour winds and 2.75-inch hail, that does go in effect for the next 23 minutes until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Very, very intense. It's elevated. Make sure I'm right. Even a very talented meteorologist, Andrew Shearer, is saying the same thing. These are currently elevated, explaining the lack of tornadoes. And that's not a bad thing. We don't want tornadoes. When I'm out chasing, I would rather have a tornado, open field, no homes. And that I kind of don't want. I don't want tornadoes to hit houses. I was actually chasing the Bag ZF3 of this year. I quit the chase right before it dropped the Bags tornado because it was getting nighttime and traffic sucked. None of these storms are striking to me that we're about to see tornado genesis. As your tornadic rotation though to the south of Paris, we should be able to switch to our Indianapolis radar and have a better view of it. But it is showing astronomical. Nice. Rotating wall cloud 3 miles to my west northwest. Okay, I was wrong about that. Yeah, it is. But these are winds way up there where, yeah, we're seeing that. We do have large land blocking half of Illinois 121. Let's go back to that storm. That is horrible to see. This is not a tornadic signature. That is a hail signature. I am surprised that this is even doing it. But this is the updrafts that have been supportive. If you could see, this is what we have to reiterate. If we could see surface instability a little bit higher and it tap into it, but alright, I want to bring back this. Not 100% that's a tornado. My friend is DMing me, hey, there's a tornado on the ground with the storm. If it was just very weak. I'm not 100% set in stone that we had that tornado warning there. Dodgeville. I don't even remember where Dodgeville is. Let me find it. DODG. Wisconsin. Yeah. I was just looking at that. My friend DM'd me about that. Wouldn't be surprised for a tornado warning in this area, though. This is going to be close to Madison, though, so that is a very dangerous. Yeah, if it was on the ground, it was very brief. Coming back to our Missouri storms, here's the evolution we're from. Yeah, Mantoon's starting to tighten up. I wouldn't be surprised if they tornado warned that. So your previous tornado producers are done in Missouri. Tornado touchdown just to my north, multi-vortex is what I'm going to say. So we do have a tornado on the ground. which doesn't surprise me if we do not have a tornado warning, which it finally tapped into that surface instability. Charleston, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait to see or hear. This is on the ground. We have a storm spotter reporting a tornado touchdown. Yep, I was just calling Charleston out. Sorry, I have Twitter on this side over here, because that's where I'm getting my friends DMing me saying, hey, look at that cell. We do have a report of a funnel cloud, however, as well. But still, you need to be near to a safe place. We have multiple funnel cloud reports. And there is your destructive severe thunderstorm warning being continued here. This storm is sounding your... It's sounding your emergency alerting system. So Matt Toon, you are... Large tornado. Large tornado on the ground right now. Charleston, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Loxa, Ashmore, Westfield, shelter now. Do not wait for that tornado warning. It is on the ground right now. It is a cone-shaped tornado right now that is about to move to a wedge. That's why you already see me with a PDS tornado warning tag on this storm. It's a strong tornado. There you go. There's your tornado warning for Charleston, Ashmore, Loxa, and Mattoon. This is on the ground doing damage right now. I'm gonna drop that PDS. I figure... I do figure that we see them upgrade to PDS, but... Tornado on the ground. I would not be surprised if we see this turn into a PDS. They just tornado warned this. For a brief minute there, we did have an unwarned strong tornado. Sorry about that, everyone. There's a bathroom right behind me. So I'm sorry about that. So, again, this is a large tornado on the ground. We're going to go ahead and bring this view back. We have a large tornado. Yes, it is a rain-wrapped wedge tornado. Yes, it is. I've got some storm chasers on that I'm also watching really closely. As I want to bring out, there was quite a lot of debris fall on the northern flank of the Harper's Ferry supercell. That does indicate usually EF2, EF3 tornado potential occurred there, so. So, probably half-mile wide by the looks of it. I'm not 100% sold on it being that wide yet. Cone, tornado, and then we also have tornado cross to our west has now become rain wrapped. We need a higher level warning here. There you go, PDS tornado warning. Charleston, this is coming right for you. Yeah. If you guys, there's times when I'm quiet that I'm praying right now. So yes, Lord, please protect Charleston. We have a strong tornado. What county is this? Coles. I could see a tornado emergency upgrade. I could, just because of how populated that is. I wouldn't put it past a tornado emergency. We also have a we're going to bring in hopefully a scanner feed from the storm, Illinois. And they aren't even sounding sirens. Eastern Illinois, yep. I was just about to say Eastern Illinois. Tornado rain wrapped. We are going to be switching here to listen to the Coles County Fire EMS and EMA, where we do have a strong tornado, possibly very intense tornado heading into this area. Here's the page out coming from this storm. You chasing.
An ambulance. Vehicle tipped over. Tornado went through it. The 57 northbound of the 191. 57 northbound of the 191. Unknown injuries.
57 northbound.
Someone also on its side in the ditch. Page 1851.
There you go. That's
Matching fire has a call. Stand by for dispatch.
That's that report. Yeah, this is the dangerous part. Is velocities are broke. Strong, intense tornado heading right for Charleston. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait. Do not wait to see her here. This is a now. Run, don't walk. You are so close. Run, do not walk. Here's another page out.
Matching fire. Sorry for the confusion. I have another 1050. There's no injuries. Be closer to Mars, Pet Care, on 45. 6565, East County Road 1000 North, Mars, Pet Care, on 45. Right there in the ditch. They were hit by the tornado. There's a power line as well. No injuries. See them clearing.
Power flashes. Being noted here.
Matching fire has a call for the 1057. Show 29 and 21 will respond to that. CCOM, we're going to clear this natural gas. She'll be waiting on Ameren. For Mars, show 25, and then for them to let 23 know if they need assistance.
CCOM, please show 25 en route.
25, you're around 1853. I'm good.
So again, this is the County Fire and EMS, which we will hear as this hits Charleston.
Around 1853. I don't believe our gas working.
That's alright.
This is the storm that you do not want to be in. You don't want to be outside. You don't want to be trying to look. This is a rain-wrapped tornado. This is a large. We are listening to County Fire Department, and they have already said vehicles have flipped. This is a EF1 plus tornado preliminary. I wouldn't be surprised if it's EF3 intensity right now with velocity is just... That is not the signature you want when looking at velocities. These are broken velocities. That's why we have de-aliasing, but... Oh my god.
10-4, 1854.
We don't see that CC drop because of the hail. Your hail is really significant. This is again a strong.
Charleston ambulance. I have a 64-year-old male. 1520 at your apartment, A Adam. 1520 at your apartment, A Adam. Right, his power went out. He's on a breathing machine. He is not breathing well now. Stay on clear, 1850.
Power is out in Charleston. Power is out in Charleston. So, we do have a strong, possibly violent. Yeah, Brandon Kopic, this is a monster.
38 en route.
Rain wrap tornado, velocities are breaking, heading into a very populated town. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning remains in effect, however. Power is out in the town of Charleston, and we do have a vehicle flipped on I-57 that was struck by this tornado. And we also have power outage with a elderly male involved. This tornado warning does remain in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is the tornado potential that you can see on a day like today with the wind shear that we have. Very strong wind shear. Very strong tornado still on the ground. Intense tornado still. Another page out. Let's get another page out.
Charleston ambulance, Lincoln first responders. Trailer came off the foundation, female possibly inside of it, unknown injury, 6760 Stockton Road, 6760 Stockton Road in Loxa, timeout 1857.
Trailer flipped. Again, that's why we say do not stay in trailers. Alright guys, I gotta take a restroom break really briefly. Yeah, it is now entering Charleston. Another page out here.
Charleston ambulance, Lincoln first responders. Trailer came off the foundation, female possibly inside of it, unknown injury, 676.
Continuing PDS tornado warning. Okay, we can hold off on the restroom break. Didn't know if I was going to be able to or not. Ashmore, Westfield, shelter now. Westfield, shelter now. You're not under that tornado warning. You need to be under that tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning for Taylorville, Pawnee, Edinburgh, and Kankade. debris in the road in front of the tornado. That is not good. Alright, we do have to take that restroom break. Be back in 5 minutes. Less than that.
Lincoln Fire with semis tipped over, multiple semis, unknown injuries. Going to be I-57 northbound near the 191. I-57 northbound near the 191. CCOM clear 1859. Lincoln Fire with semis tipped over, multiple semis, unknown injuries. Going to be I-57 northbound near the 191. I-57 northbound near the 191. CCOM clear 1859. CCOM 73 showed 73, 76, 79 en route to 191. Last units for traffic, can you repeat? 73, 76, 79, all en route to the 191.
Charleston Fire Officer advising that there's going to be power lines and debris completely blocking the roadway at Madison and Decker Springs, 10 out 1900.
CCOM from Charleston Fire.
Go ahead.
CCOM, you can show Charleston Fire where the call. They're going to have to wait a hot second until the tornado will figure out what path it is before we respond to that.
10-4.
Charleston Fire Units, Mattoon Fire Car to your frequency.
Good.
Your response to Loxa will have to come from 316. You got a tree completely blocking the roadway on the Loxa Road coming from 16. I'm going to try to spin around and get on the other side to help you real quick, but no access into Loxa from Route 16.
Understand, copy that. Bo, can you hand that way or head that way for Stockton from Station 1 with 6? We got trees down all around Station 2.
I understand we're kind of in the same boat, but we will attempt to move that way.
I believe you said mile marker for this call. We were told 191 on dispatch.
En route to Fairbush.
21 from 23. Go ahead, 23. There's the 191. Did we have one or two wrecks up on the interstate? On dispatch, that it said a semi on their side and a car on their side. Okay, 25's cleared. Do you want them up there or do you want them to head back to town? Have 25 head back to town and wait further instructions. Copy that. 25, did you copy?
10-4, we copy.
23 and 25, car 2.
Go for 23.
Start making your way to the airport and stand by, if you would, please.
23 heading to the airport to stand by.
25 copies. We're en route from 1000 North. 21 from 73.
looks like we've got traffic stopped on the other side ahead of us. Southbound traffic stop? Yes. So we get 5.
Go ahead. 17 has made it to Sarah Bush.
Back here, what's your status?
I'm so sorry about that, everyone. I had to do what I had to do. Debris in the road from the field, yes. The tornado has impacted Charleston. So you guys are listening live. We do have rotation on this, and we do have a confirmed tornado. However, was your brief tornado there? But here we are. I'm sorry, guys. I'm back now. We do again have a large tornado. I said when it loses its tail court, and as it was dropping.
1420 east, 1000 road, and 1420 east.
It's probably right there just west of Riley Creek. I couldn't get through because of the power lines. There's probably 4 or 5 power poles snapped in half and the wires are in the roadway.
Copy that. I'm just getting ready to leave my house because of it, so I'll see what I got.
As it lost it, so
and
there it is.
nobody's in it.
Is it on its wheels?
The car is on all fours, yes.
I do expect we had chasers hit by
Copy
this.
that. Unoccupied and on all fours. Okay. Roll up here, here on the median side, since you're coming south, and we're getting this patient package right now.
And copy.
Well, again,
Ryan, unless you need something, let's let them do their thing.
PDS
Charleston
21.
Fire, I've been activated fire alarm. CTF 907 West Polk, 907 West Polk. Point of activation sprinklers and front room, dining room area smoke detected.
Kansas, Granville, Oliver, Denison, Marshall, Clark Center, Vermilion. You need to be near a safe place. This is coming towards you, Terry Hott. You need to be ready in about an hour. Less than an hour, you will see a tornado warning if this can continue. I try not to...
2 individuals trapped under a tree came through the road. 570 Reynolds, 570 Reynolds Drive. Time page 1907.
Oh, I'm trying not to hype this up, but this is the tornado that...
411, go ahead.
Route to 1000 North, wellness check on a confirmed tornado.
I'm sorry I had to leave during that tornado. There was no avoiding that.
Message received. TCOM, you can show 38 en route to the fire alarm.
I'm gonna, mute this for you guys. It's becoming rain wrapped again here. We're losing visuals. We are listening also to Illinois State Police troops. So Illinois State Police troopers. We are going to be also listening to that. So we only have 4 tornado warnings. Let's go back to Wisconsin just really briefly here. This is not something I like to do. This is on our cell, which should have had a tornado warning here where we had a brief tornado, but I again want to point out that your tornado track very close to this area here. Again, strong rotation into Westfield now. We are listening for Charleston, but we have another page out.
Charleston Fire. We have a vehicle stuck at 316 and the cemetery, 316 and the cemetery kind of by the fairgrounds. Got a branch underneath it and a cedar bolt in front of it.
Traffic stop I-55 northbound, milepost 200, I-55 northbound, milepost 200.
TCOM 301.
Line.
We still have an intense tornado ongoing right now in Westfield. They have told the people in that accident that you guys just heard get paged out, that it's going to be a while. There are no injuries. Tornado TRX was in the tornado. I just wrote that on Twitter. Westfield. we're watching this go into Westfield here. We have a new observed tornado warning. Let's go to Wisconsin here. With this storm where we do have a debris ball that just went over Belleville. So that's another tornado that is currently on the ground. They just observed this. Brooklyn, Evansville, Cooksville, Edgerton. You need to be in your transit place. Trying to find tornado TRX because he was in that tornado, I'm pretty sure. He is okay, however, he is fine. Yep, tornado on the ground, Wisconsin, that's what I'm showing here. So we did have a storm chaser hit by a tornado. He did survive with his vehicle intact fully, which is really good. We have downgraded from PDS, however, which is certainly good news, to a regular tornado warning. Also, it looks like Indianapolis, you guys are under the gun. These storms did take that northern track, which surprising me. We're gonna let that. No, we're not. And this will be going towards Indianapolis. Another page out.
Charleston Fire, 38 fire alarm, 907 West Polk Avenue, 907 West Polk Avenue. Going back to Dayton is attic, garage, and furnace room. Timeout 1917.
I do believe that tornado just lifted. We did have a storm chaser hit by a tornado today. I do understand a lot of the stuff they are saying right now. We are watching the storm as it goes towards Indianapolis here. We are also watching this storm really closely for it to redevelop another possibly intense tornado here. We're not hearing any reports of casualty deaths, which is really good. We're not hearing fatalities. Another page out coming.
Lincoln Fire, telephone pole on the roadway, no sparking in area 740. North County Road, 1800 East of Charleston, timeout 1994.
So that right there, that went fairly underwhelming to super intense. Not of sex. Yeah, that's another storm chasing thing. Another page out. Let's go and listen to that.
Lincoln Fire, telephone pole on the roadway, no sparking in area.
Okay, they already paged that one out. Yep. I was chasing 51925, the 1.6 mile wide tornado in Pittsburgh County. I never got a view of it. I was leaving the Dustin PDS warning or the Hughes County. I was leaving those storms come. I went to go home real quick because I live in that close to that area. And next thing I know, that is on the ground doing major damage. I catch up to it towards Enterprise, Oklahoma, though, and it doesn't do much. So yeah, these storms will do that. So we still have a tornado on the ground near Brooklyn, Wisconsin. This is doing minor damage. We're definitely not seeing that intense tornado that we did with the storm. I'm pretty sure this is the same exact storm that produced the tornado warning up there. I don't want to bring this in. South Tucson, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. I don't think we're seeing those winds, however. Bring our Indianapolis radar into view. We have Greencastle, Putnamville, Carbon, and Brazil under this tornado warning until 8:45 Eastern Daylight Time. And this tornado warning until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'd probably say EF1, mid-level EF1. We still call that weak. You're not seeing your intense, rotation. Fairly weak CC drop. I think the tornado's off the ground, though. Yeah, it looks like that tornado has lifted right before Brooklyn. You're starting to see the dispersing of your correlation coefficient. We have a new tornado warning, so let's go ahead and bring in our Lincoln, Illinois tornado warning here for Pana, Tower Hill, Shelbyville, and Lakewood. And that is your tornadic rotation. It should stay south here. This is not rotation. And confirm that by reflectivity. That is not rotation. If this can hold up, Learna, Toledo, Neoga, Windsor, in about 45 minutes here. We also have that, Taylorville, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. You guys are not, if you're in this surrounding, come out of your safe place. You are not under the threat for a tornado. At this time, we do have storms back to your west.
Now the vehicle is off the roadway.
I just wanted you guys to hear that briefly. I have two voices going at once. We have Illinois State Police, and we have the Coles County Emergency Medical Services, Fire Departments, and EMS, fire, and EMA do share the same frequency on the mutual aid aspect, so that's where you're seeing that. It's all that mutual aid. Charleston, you're just getting some rain. This is not a tornado. This is not a tornado. This is just rain. Another page out.
Ashmore Fire, power poles and power lines in the roadway not sparking. 16 Charleston Road, 16 Charleston Road, timeout 1925.
So 1925 is 725 Central. So that's 725 Central Daylight Time. Actually, it's if it's 1925, it's 725 no matter what. That is clean air. That is not a tornado. This right here is clean air. So, we're not really concerned about that. That's clean air. But we are concerned about the cell as it is tornado warned. That's why I bring that up, that's clean air. That's because it is tornado warned. Alright, let's go back to our Indianapolis radar, and then we're going to go to Wisconsin. County jails apparently got some sparking power lines in Coles County, so Coles County Jail. I was tempted to work at county jail next month. I decided Walmart as a tire man would be better. That way I'm not bruised up and you guys see me live on YouTube after a 12-hour shift at 6 a.m. The shift I was going to take was 8 p.m., 8 a.m. So I could still attend college. Nice RFD here. RFD outflow. Are we no longer have an observed tornado? We are down. Alright, let's go back to our Wisconsin. They are talking about a storm in Charleston. I do expect this to be severe. Large trees uprooted, snap, portions of roof blowing off in the houses, into yards, power lines down. Notable sighting, damage on apartment complexes. Unsure if there are any injuries at this time. And God definitely protected these people today, that's for sure. The storm is not tornadic at this time. Okay, let's bring in our Indianapolis radar. We have a new tornado warning for Riley, Terre Haute, Sealyville, Riley, Corey, Pimento. That is your new tornado warning. And this is what we didn't want. Alright, moving back to Arizona where we do have a considerable flash flood warning. this storm is barely moving at all. Which is why you have that considerable flash flood warning now in effect for the area. Coming back here, we do have a storm threatening Indianapolis Metro. Yep. We are watching these cells with the St. Louis radar as well. This is probably one of the last few times we'll actually look at this radar here. We're going to go ahead and clear our Chicago radar. We're going to clear our Quad Cities. Looking at our Kansas City radar, we have multiple storms in this area that could try to wrap up. These are... just insane view. Our rotation's kind of going to your south a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a new tornado warning that kind of looked like this almost. Or I can see it being like this right here. One of the two shapes. Just had a new warning pop. Thought we had 6 tornado warnings, so I was trying to figure out what. We are watching this storm again. This is a. We do not have a tornado on the ground at this time. This is all. Previous reports for this storm here. Where we do have a ongoing multi-vortex tornado by Chris Hall as of 0:29, so 4 minutes ago. Multi-vortex tornado north. So based on that report, that'd be about where you're looking at here. And that's by a very reputable chaser, Chris Hall. We do have slow rotation with up and down. Oh, well. This storm has barely moved much. 45 mile per hour, which is certainly good. We were expecting storm motion to succeed at 70 mile an hour. I can't confirm. That has got to be clean air, but alright, I'm gonna go ahead and remove our broadcast files. So again, we are down back to regular tornado warnings, which is really good. Let's go back up to Wisconsin here. I know we haven't paid as much attention to Wisconsin today, but we did have an intense tornado in Wisconsin, though. Alright, now that we are no longer watching that, we are gonna switch back to this here. I'm gonna switch back to my music. Music kind of helps me focus. I'm not sure if we'll see EF4 damage from that storm. Forward level lapse rates and a little cap inversion today is for some reason we definitely didn't play how we thought we were. They never went tornado emergency. How did Storm Chaser said they went Tori? They didn't. I'm bringing back our other radar though. Sorry about that. We're watching this cell, which may have had another brief tornado. So we're watching these two cells. Sorry, I was reading something on the tornado that did occur. Spiky hail and a horse in Arthur, Illinois. Power lines down after 80-mile-per-hour windstorm. Sorry. So we're still watching this storm here. It is weakened significantly. We're watching this one too as it goes into the Indianapolis area. Hopefully we don't see that occur, but let's go back to Wisconsin for another update here, and we still have tornadic rotation right in this area here. And this is the storm that produced an intense tornado. Semi-rollover on 169 in Tulsa. I do expect them to downgrade today to a enhanced risk of severe weather. We do see the potential all the way until about midnight here. I might genuinely have a storm chase Sunday, Father's Day. What's good is it's Father's Day. We have a new tornado warning, by the way. Footville, Orfordville, Avalon, Clinton, and Beloit, Wisconsin. Obviously won't be the main event, but Illinois becomes the main event again on Father's Day. But alright, let's go back to Indianapolis radar here. We're tracking these two tornado warnings. Like I said, we were tracking these two tornado warnings. Wow, that was incredible timing. I don't have birthday tornadoes. Actually kind of glad I don't. So this is a regular severe thunderstorm warning heading into the Indianapolis, South Indianapolis area until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So we have 2 Illinois, 2 Wisconsin tornado warnings at this time. they have it again, drop that. And we do have a report, outbuildings and awnings destroyed on Main, Saint, and Main Street in Marshall. Alright, let's get back to Wisconsin here. But first, I want to get to our Illinois, Lincoln, Illinois radar here. Oh. That is a very concerning signature going towards Effingham. Gaze, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Sorry, not to. Charleston, you just got hit by another storm. Was not a tornado. This storm has my next. Might be producing right now. I again wanna. That is not something you want to see. That is very serious here. Very, very serious. I would not be surprised if we did see this become so we're watching this just really closely as it's going towards Effingham. They went considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Toledo, Martinsville, Yale, Robinson, Oblong as well. Alright, let's go back to Wisconsin, excuse me. That was horrible botch. I do expect Edgerton to be removed from the tornado warning shortly. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois, in Indy, Illinois, yes. So that's your new tornado warning for Stewartson, Strasburg, Neoga, Toledo, Siggy, Effingham, Dieterich, we're still watching this storm closely. It's not rotating much. It is broadly, but this is the Terre Haute tornado warning here for Sealyville, Stratton, Riley, Corey, and Pinto. That is your tornado rotation. Riley in about 10 minutes. You need to be in your safe place. Corey in about 17 minutes. So what a tornado warning, we're going to go back to Wisconsin just a second here. So this is a tornado warning. Excuse me. Stay in your innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building. Let's go back to Wisconsin here. I do fully expect this one to be canceled for Leiden and Edgerton. You guys stay in your shelter. Edgerton, you can come out, however. The tornado threat is past you. Leiden, you probably can too. We're mostly watching this area near Hanover for a tornado potential. But I want to go back to up here. We're also watching the storm moving into the Milwaukee area here. It is a regular severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. You may lose a few shingles. There may be things strewn about in your yard. Maybe a little bit of trash. Maybe a lightweight chair could be kind of thrown a little bit, but nothing too crazy at this time. We're also watching this here. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's move that. I want to bring in the radar loop here because this is really interesting. A lot of your storms went up, kind of stayed up, and then died. You can also see a little bit of pink in your top right. That was your intense tornado. But we are watching this here. It's broadly rotating, but Humansville, be ready for a possible tornado warning. Coming back up here, we have been watching this Cloverdale storm for a while. It's trying. It's looking beautiful, but it is trying. I want to take a look at mesoscale analysis. Your low-level lapse rates are why these storms are underperforming. I want to bring this down here. This is a very nice photograph. You have really nice low-level shear. And then kind of get some pretty nice mid-level shear, and it's elongated really well here. The issue here you don't have much cape. Between this black line here that I'm drawing and that red is where your cape is. There's not a lot of cape. And there's hardly any 3 cape, which is your surface instability. And you really don't have much of that. You know, it's hard to have a tornado. It is possible, but it is hard. And that's on that storm heading towards Indianapolis. And if we look at point values, where I look at, it's right here. Your lapse rates 5.1 and 6.9. Those are not the greatest. And then your mixed layer cape, which is this one right here, 680 joules per kilogram. Again, you only need 50 for a small pulse storm, 100 for maybe some rain. But and then coming back to this storm that just got tornado warned as well. Not a lot of veering in your lower levels. You kind of want a little bit more veering. But very elongated, so that's really good. And you actually have decent cape in here. 3 cape looks horrible. And I want to point out, we have a warm nose down here. You can see where that goes like that, and then dips like that. That is a warm nose. We do have a report of a wall cloud northeast. It's going to be southeast. We'll go back to your Toledo in just a second here. Terre Haute. You guys stay in your safe place for about 5-10 more minutes. But we're about to see a merger. It's not your tornado merging, making a super mega wedge. It's not even a tornado at this time. All this is a tornado genesis thing. Coming back up to Wisconsin, where we do have this tornado warning. And it passed over Hanover here. We have one primary area of rotation right here, but we are watching an area right here, which was your primary earlier, but it is weakening and doing a possible handoff. But I want to go back to our view for this. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with these decaying storms. I wouldn't be surprised if they cancel. But moving back here and just... Oh, this is going to be very close to Effingham. It's not on the ground. But this is... Large hail has picked up substantially. We do have a funnel cloud, however. This is a highly populated area. If this can touch down, strong rotation. This is normalized rotation. And we do have strong rotation right here coming very close to Effingham. Effingham is at the bottom of our screen. I want to bring that into view. Sorry if I talk fast, by the way. I just naturally talk fast. I try not to while live, but that is intense rotation right there. And we're watching this area as a funnel. And this is the cell I've been calling out for a while here. We've been calling it out since probably here. It's like we've been calling it out there thinking, well, they were going to issue a new tornado warning. But they didn't. But here's that warning. Beecher City, you guys are fine. Coming back here, broad rotation, I do expect them to cancel this tornado warning. Riley is where your rotation is. We're also watching up here for if it can tap into surface instability. There's not really much instability for it to work with. Let's go back to Wisconsin here, where we do have a tornado warning for Beloit, Clinton, Avalon, where we do have a little bit of tornadic rotation here. Right here. But let's go back to I would not be surprised if we have a tornado on the ground in Shumway. This is a very intense situation here. Again, would not be surprised if this is on the ground doing damage right now in some way. That's probably, no, $half size tail. We do have a report of a cone funnel. I have that feeling we have a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground heading towards Effingham. Don't walk, run. Fully condensed tornado, large tornado. Effingham, shelter now. We're going to go ahead and trigger a PDS tag here. This is not PDS from the National Weather Service, but we do have multiple storm chasers confirming a large tornado. Very strong rotation coming from this heading into Effingham. Big tornado. Very beautiful tornado on the ground right now, fully condensed. I do believe we will see rotation. A little bit of damage in the This is now observed. Very large cone tornado ongoing to our northwest. Very loud tornado. This is a very reputable person reporting this. This is Thomas Hinterdorfer. So we have a new tornado on the ground with this. We do have a strong tornado with this. This is, I want to bring this here. Barely bring in Effingham. This is strong tornado right here. This is your strong tornado type of velocity signature. We do not have a debris ball, thankfully. We have a new tornado warning back here on Hillsborough, Butler, Ivering, Fillmore, Ramsey, Vera. You are now under a tornado warning. Innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors or in a mobile home, please seek shelter in a substantial shelter. Mobile homes flip easy. We heard that earlier from the Charleston tornado where we did have a mobile home flip here. Definitely a very dangerous situation with this storm. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on your rotation. It's becoming rain wrapped. It is heading towards Butler. In less than 10 minutes. You need to be in your choice of place. Alright, let's go back to our Effingham storm here where we do have a very strong tornado ongoing. This is not hyping it up. This is a strong tornado right now. I am decently surprised we don't see what we call a particularly dangerous situation, which is what that little tag up there, PDS. This tornado warning is not PDS, however, this is a strong tornado. Everything points to me a very strong tornado. Tornado west of location on ground, Isaiah Montgomery. Very, very reputable. That's your debris ball. It's going to be really close to Effingham. Effingham, shelter now. This is a strong tornado ongoing right now. Woo-hoo-hoo. Strong tornado. It should stay north of Effingham. Effingham, you need to be in your safe place right now. Do not wait. Tornado. Ah, Jessica Morse chasing today too. Tornado formed directly over my location. Moved east. Full funnel with ground. Circulation has since rewrapped at 8:04. This is a strong tornado. Cone tornado just crossed 50 feet south of that location. Whew. That's your debris ball right there. We do have a debris ball with this storm, or a correlation coefficient drop. This is a very dangerous storm. It is producing damage to trees, things like that. It is lofting debris so high in the air that radar is seeing it. Velocities are broken again, by the way. A very strong tornado. So this is our only tornado on the ground at this time. I'm going to go and bring in a new view where we do have a new tornado warning. So let's go to our Indianapolis radar. Coming back to this, Corey, you guys are under this tornado warning up to center point in Patricksburg. Patricksburg in 15 minutes. Do not wait. Run, don't walk. Again, we don't like saying that. Run. However, definitely a dangerous situation if the storm can take advantage. I do expect this warning to be canceled. We do have a let's go back to here where we do have a PDS tornado warning in effect. This just updated here on my side screen. It should be updating in right now, but this is again a particular, there it is. There's your particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. What this means is this is a strong tornado. This is being sent. This is not your average tornado warning. Maybe 20% of all tornado warnings are PDS. You might say, well, that's a little bit high. No, these are reserved for strong tornadoes. And here we are with a very strong tornado. I don't know if Effingham took a direct hit. Oh, I am praying not. So. Let's go back to Wisconsin where we do have a tornado warning still in effect. Right now we do have that PDS tornado warning, so we're not going through many of these, but we do have a strong tornado ongoing. Your tornadic rotation is very weak. I do expect them to cancel this. We do have an LSR train spotter report of a tornado. We also have another train spotter report of a tornado. We have structures near the tornado. That is we have a new tornado warning. Farmersburg, Lewis, Clay City, Jasonville, Hymera, Fairbanks, Pimenta, Riley, you are under a new tornado warning where we do have some pretty strong rotation. I will say we have strong rotation. So we might have a tornado trying to drop with this storm here as it goes into Pimento, Fairbanks, Farmersburg, Hymera, Lewis, Clay City, and Jasonville. You need to be in a safe place. South Terre Haute. And this goes until 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, so back to Effingham, where we do have a PDS warning, tornado west of location on ground. Sorry, we've already reported that, but that is a close. Big tornado! Big tornado on Freddie McKinney stream. This is a very strong tornado heading towards Montrose. You need to be in your safe place right now. Do not wait. Run. Do not walk. This is a very, very dangerous situation. This is a large cone tornado. It is a very strong, possibly intense tornado. Again, this is a strong tornado. Montrose cone tornado directly to my west. This is by Taylor Campbell, another reputable chaser. We have multiple reputed chasers, and I cannot show this on stream because copyright stuff, and I don't have money to pay chasers right now. But there are a couple chasers right now in the area that are showing a large cone tornado heading towards Montrose, and this is intense. Let's go and get our delta velocity here. V we're at 53.9 knots. Again, this is a debris ball that you don't want to see. It looks like it is going to go between Montrose and Teutopolis. Montrose, though, if this takes a left turn at all, you guys are in the direct path. If it tries to occlude, you guys are in the direct path. That's why we're stressing. That's why we're stressing here. We also have chasers from 12 miles reporting this tornado. We have weakened ZDR. We have a decent ZDR arc. We're also watching this cell really closely. It can do the same thing that this cell is doing back here. And so we're watching this tornado going over Montrose right now. This is your tornado. That is your tornado right now on its track. Its 15-minute track takes it in this general direction right now. Again, that is your tornado. Teutopolis right now in the area. Okay, we're waiting on a new reflectivity scan. Again, an intense rotation pocket here, getting ready to I do want to bring in Yale, Annapolis, Robinson, Oblong. You guys need to be ready for that 20. Really, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets up another 20. We're watching this storm here really closely as well. Big building, big time debris. Big time debris. Wow. Intense tornado. I'm going to say this right now. This is an intense tornado. Okay, here's a new PDS warning. So your phones are going off in Hazeldale, Yale, Willow Hill. This is a brand new PDS warning. This one expires in 5 minutes. However, your new PDS warning does go until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I want to bring this in to view here. This is not wording you see often. At 8:21 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Montrose, or 8 miles east of Effingham, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, so this is a PDS 20. Take cover now. This is a damaging tornado, and weather spotters are confirming this tornado. Considerable tornado damage threat. House just got obliterated by the tornado. Rose Hill, 15 minutes. Don't walk, run. If you are in the path between Montrose and Rose Hill, do not walk, run to your safe place right now. This is a very incredibly strong, intense tornado, possibly even violent at this time. This is the storms that we have been worried about all day today. And this one can do this as well. Again, this is still on the ground. Strong tornado. It's barely hitting much, but when it hits it, it is lofting it high in the air. This is kind of reminding me of Enid almost of this year in terms of shape of the tornado. Very strong tornado ongoing right now. Alright, let's go back to Wisconsin just really briefly here, where we do have strong storms and severe. I do see the rotation right here. There may be a new tornado warning for Walworth. It's Sharon. There is potential for that as well. Alright, let's go back to our PDS warning, which we're going to keep a really close eye on. Rose Hill, you are in the direct path of this storm. You are in the direct path of this storm here. We're also watching here as clustering is beginning to really take place. We've had this radar for the entirety. We are still watching this near Brooklyn. Coming back to this warning here, there's a whole tree just in the air. Just a whole entire tree. That's a strong tornado. intense tornado as high as that lifted it. So strong tornado ongoing right now. This does not, obviously this does not look like your average strong tornado. It looks weak on radar, but we are also looking 7,000 feet in the air. VWX. We are switching radars here. That is a large debris. Debris is being strung from your main tornado here. Being strung really out ahead of it. We don't see that with weak tornadoes. This is a very strong tornado ongoing. We also may have a new rotation trying to form off here. And kind of see that new hook here, which it may try to do a meso handoff. I again would not be surprised if that is trying to tornado here. If we see another potential area of rotation. Again, this is the reason we're live today, is that big time tornado threat, and here it is playing out as we thought. I'm looking at storm chaser feed. This was an intense tornado, at least, at minimum. Good thing is we kind of keep in view here of this radar. This tornado so far has tracked that right there. That is your approximate tornado track. We're going to wait on that new velocity scan here. I mean, it doesn't look strong. Again, this is heading towards Rose Hill, a very small town. But again, a dangerous situation. You need to be in a tornado safe place right now. Do not wait. The tornado is weakening, though. Substantially weakened. So we have this tornado warning here. We have a new tornado warning in Wisconsin as well. Let's go and take a look at that. And here it is, Walworth and Sharon. This is the area I was just calling out. Hey there, Weezer. There's the new tornado warning for Walworth. Let's go and get a storm track on this rotation here. Well, that failed. This is going to be going close to Walworth. This is your track rotation. This is not something you really want to run for at this point, but you want to go ahead and take your tornado shelter right now. You have about 10 minutes till impact and the Fontana on Geneva Lake. Fontana on Geneva Lake. Even Sharon, you need to stay in your safe place with this. Coming back to our Indianapolis storm, we do still have a little bit of weak rotation over Patricksburg right now, but however it is weak. And then we have the tornado warning here for Fremersburg, which just does not look impressive at all. Very broad rotation on the back side of it here. And this is on the ground too. And we do have a tornado on the ground here, I think. Yep, that's a tornado on the ground. Doing damage here south of Corey and south of Center Point. This is going towards Patricksburg as well, so we have another area of rotation which happens to be producing a tornado. Alright, back to our PDS tornado warning here. We still have a tornado with this cell here going towards Rose Hill. Again, you want to run here. This is your don't walk, run storm. Still producing damage. Coming back to our Kansas City radar here, where we do have multiple storms, where we do have fallen trees, but nothing tornadic at this time in the Missouri area. The storms are heading towards Springfield slowly but surely. Let me check storm motion. So, definitely a dangerous situation. Going back to our Indianapolis radar, where we do have a brief tornado that may still be on the ground heading towards Patricksburg. You just had one rotation pass over you. There's a second one, so you don't want to come out of your safe place thinking it's fine, because it's not. Broad rotation with it. I do think the tornado is off the ground. I do not believe it's on the ground anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and drop our to a tornado on the ground. Couple of injuries in Illinois, yes. There is a couple of injuries at least. We do know of a few vehicles flipped, and then we're also watching this one here in the Effingham area, where we do have a PDS warning. This is no longer on the ground. Again, no longer on the ground. However, we still believe this could produce another tornado. I want to come back here towards Ramsey, where we do have some weak rotation. This at one point, as it was near Hillsboro, definitely sent to me that I thought it was going to try and tornado, but thankfully it did not, that we know of. And we haven't seen a CC drop with it at all, so. And coming back to our this radar, yes. The tornado does look like it has weakened and is no longer on the ground. It does look like we are no longer underground. That would make sense with our latest velocity. There was a house completely leveled with people injured, yep. Definitely, do you know which tornado, the Charleston or the Effingham storm? But let's go back here to our Evansville radar, where we do have this new tornado warning and a new tornado warning south of Indianapolis. So I was right. Nice. But I see that on Effingham County. Okay, thank you for that. I know there's a house leveled, but Brendan Kopic was on that one. He's leaving it. We have a new tornado warning for St. Elmo. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait till you see or hear the tornado warning. Alright, let's go back to the Milwaukee storm. It is very weak and it is mostly past Milwaukee, but southern Milwaukee we're just seeing rain, maybe a thunderstorm, but nothing too crazy. And then we have a tornado warning to your south near Walworth and Fontana on Geneva Lake. We're gonna just say Fontana. And then we're watching this here. It is very weak, it is broad, but it is enough to keep a tornado warning for. Coming back towards the Ramsey storm, we also we do have a local storm report. Damage from a tornado southwest of Montrose. And this is going to be from that tornado. We're watching this Ramsey storm really closely. I'm going to go back here to the Evansville storm. We're watching this I would say meso handoff. I'm not 100% sure if that's what we're going to call it. Large tree branch, clocking road, and damage to silos. Blocking road is what I'm going to think is what was meant. Okay, we have not been able to go over your still PDS warning. It did just, as you typed that, it literally downgraded to a regular 20 warning as you said that. I've done that so many times. I say it's this warning, then it either upgrades or downgrades. Weatherwise wants to break Weatherfront because I don't have a good computer, so we're going to do a quick analysis here. We do have an enhanced and moderate. Both of these are now tornado driven. Once you exit these, your tornado drivens are done. So we still have a tornado driven moderate and enhanced. There's not even I'll show you the wide view in just a little bit. Hunt City, yes, needs to take shelter. We still expect strong tornadoes in this area. We do have a lot of videos coming from the Effingham storm, and wow. Coming back to our Indianapolis storm. This is your new tornado warning that I kind of forgot we had because of that Wisconsin storm. Franklin, this is coming right over you. It's very weak. It's very broad. However, it is coming towards you. Bingle, Shelbyville, Mount Auburn, Flat Rock, and Amity. You guys are under a tornado warning. This tornado warning does go until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We are up to 8 tornado warnings here. 7 between Indiana and Illinois here. Settling down for now, yes. These storms, as I'm thinking this one, can still tap into the environment. Let me take a look at meso-analysis. That would be lovely to have right now. But I think we are seeing a meso-handoff occur. So we're going to wait on that velocity scan. There it is. Yeah, we are seeing a meso-handoff occur with this storm here. Meso-analysis. I just want to bring in meso-analysis real quick. Okay, so this is your storms environment back here. I'm going to bring in the storm really quick so we know what. This is the Ramsey tornado warning, St. Elmo tornado warning storm here. Not the best low level, but not too bad. Yeah, we can see we have a little bit of cape. Definitely not big time cape. Little bit of 3 cape, nothing too crazy. Point values, you're about 1,000 mixed layer cape, 1,142 mixed layer cape. Your lapse rates still suck, but we have such shear that coming back to here, but we do have this swelling near Franklin. Unworn tornado on the ground. Would it be this? Oh wow, that is on the ground. Yep. That's just coming to look for that. Spencer, Indiana. Yep, I got that. That is unworn. That is on the ground. I was just about to come to these swell warnings here, and I would have noticed that. That's why you kind of saw me pause. Gosport, Martinsville, Trevlack, Nashville, Ellettsville, Bloomington, Indiana. You need to be near maybe not Bloomington. That is the area that needs to really be taking your tornado precautions right now. This is on the ground doing damage and it is unwarned. Your phones haven't went off yet, but if you're here, you know this is on the ground doing damage. Decent rotation. There's your tornado warning. Not as wide as I thought they'd make it. This is only in effect until 10:30. North side of Bloomington and northeast, yes. I don't understand this surrounding, but we still have that tornado on the ground. Coming back to this storm here. This is on the ground doing damage again. We do have another reputable chaser, Isaiah Montgomery, tornado northwest of location. This was reported 2 minutes ago. So we do have another tornado on the ground south of Yale. Alright, let's go back to our Lincoln storm here, which we're watching really closely. I'm not sure if it can really pull together and try, but it is attempting to at least. Tornado. And this is a very dangerous storm. But we do have multiple tornado warnings here. Franklin, Shelbyville, and Bengal. You guys are under a tornado warning until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Central Shelby and East Central Johnson counties. We also have this tornado that was unwarned. Yeah, it is getting a little stronger. It's probably around EF1 intensity right now. Alright, I got another DM from a friend. Unwarned tornado on the ground, South Gosport. Yeah. Yeah. big time debris ball. Wow. Yep, I just saw that. Oh, my friend with an absolute pull. My friend's chasing this. So we have this debris ball on radar here. Wow, this is not... we haven't seen a debris ball like this. This is a strong tornado. I'm gonna go ahead and pull the PDS. There are houses in this. Houses, yeah. Turkey, definitely in the path of these some of these storms. I'm also not sure where that's at. This is a nighttime tornado, guys. Sorry, my friend. It is hitting structures, yes. Just called that out. This is not... This is a very strong... This is a very strong tornado. My side screen says it's been upgraded to a PDS, but it has not. Oh, okay. It was a little bit slow. So if you guys are wondering, I have 3 boxes on my side screen. I'm going to show this to you guys just really quickly, so you guys get a kind of an understanding of what we see on our side screen. But this is a very strong, this is an intense tornado. Intense tornado. There's nothing you could really say here. This is an intense tornado. Strong tornado. This is what I see on my side screen right here. So that's, and then this is where we see the active warnings. Don't save. Very strong tornado. And strong rotation here being indicated by normalized rotation. If we get it to our mercies, this would be the one. No. It wouldn't, for one reason. Population is not there for a tornado emergency. Very high-end tornado, though. Yes. This was an unwarned tornado, and then... Coming back to our Lincoln radar, we're still watching this storm really closely. It does not have a tornado. Effingham, you are now under another tornado warning. Watson, you are new PDS warning for Bartholomew, Brown, Johnson, Monroe, and Morgan County. So let's go and take a look at that here. Nashville, decent sized town, but Princess Lakes, Edinburgh, Trevlack, and Nashville. You are on your new tornado warning is a PDS, so this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is not your average tornado warning. This is a large tornado that is on the ground, and it is doing massive amount of damage right now. Let's go back to Wisconsin just really, really briefly here. No tornado warnings of Wisconsin or Illinois, but this storm is going towards Chicago, so we might get a Chicago storm pretty soon as well. Coming back, we are watching this go towards Watson and Altamont, Effingham, and Dieterich. Effingham, this is not a mistake. This is a new tornado warning for you guys. Yeah, this is a strong, intense tornado. Wow. Very intense, possibly a violent tornado ongoing here right now. This is not a signature you see every day. Even in our other tornadoes that I do believe were high-end EF3, EF4 strength at some point in its life, did not show this. This is a very high-end tornado. And I'm not saying this is even producing EF5 wind speeds. This is hitting stuff. This is hitting trees, and it's lofting. Very, very intense. 68 dBz. I've only seen this one other time in my history of covering tornadoes, and that is Mayfield in 2021. That's the last time I've seen a debris ball this big. Wynne, Arkansas is a contender as well, but Trevlack, Nashville, Princess Lakes, you need to be in a safe place. Alright, let's go back to our eastern tornado warning here. And this right here, this is a very intense tornado signature. .57 VROT, C-ROT around 67.4 knots. Delta velocity at 115. Yeah, a lot of camp zones in the path of this. This is not something you want to be in a RV, a trailer, or a tent. You want to be in your tornado safe place right now. This is a strong, intense tornado. We also have tropical storm stuff. This is possibly one of the strongest tornadoes we have had to date. Oak Ridge camping areas, yes. We have that overlap. Scout Ridge, yes. Again, map this here. A lot of camping sites in this area that are going to be really impacted by this storm here. Traffic. We have the Mountain Monroe State Forest. We have Camp Buckwood, the Cordy Sweetwater Lakes, the Locust Grove Pentecostal Church. We have Treetop Retreat, the Brown County Forest Farming Area. The Barn at Timber Ridge, Birchwoods Kennels. The Lake Hare Preserve at Blossom Hollow. If this continues on its path, this will directly hit Camp Atterbury. Camp Atterbury, you are in the direct path in 30 minutes. Do not wait. Someone on Ryan's stream left campsite. Yeah, there are people there on a day like today. There's people there. It is going through a couple campgrounds currently. The Morgan Monroe State Forest is what we're looking at right now on Google Maps. Very intense tornado. If you are in Steinsville, Gosport, or Paragon, tornado hitting campground currently, yes, it is. If you are in Gosport, Steinsville, or Paragon, you guys are done. Your tornado threat is done for right now. It's not. It may happen again later. It might not, but it is raining debris in this area. That is debris raining. This is your strongest of strong. This is your stronger EF3, EF4, EF5s. Usually EF4s. Very, very strong tornado. This is rare. Ooh. Oh my God.
Hey, can you hear me?
It's a very strong tornado. Radio just went off, sorry. I have a radio in here because of an incident that's happening downstream from me. Which makes sense. We have, again, a very strong tornado. Yeah, it would be 100%. It does look like it is weakening, though, which is certainly good news. But very, very... strong tornado. They have dropped the PDS tag on this. Yeah, debris 24,000 feet in the air. Kind of a very dangerous situation here. They have dropped that PDS tag. And I agree with that. We have weakened substantially. EF4 damage. Your guess? I don't know. Definitely to trees, yes, 100%. Is that enough to get a EF4 tornado? So again, this was an upper echelon tornado easily. We do have multiple tornado warnings still. So we're watching this. Starting to turn into a line tornado. I thought it would start to cruise, but there was a chance for spin ups. Yes, there will be. And they are going to issue a 20 watch in this area. WAF should be on right now. Warn on forecast. WAF shows that we're just weakening substantially. So going back to this storm, we're probably gonna have one more round, 20 north side of Bloomington, could be 20 hours soon. That is a little bit of rotation there, but there is not a tornado with this at the point. So, I'm not sure why this PDS warning has not been canceled yet. You guys come out of your set place. There is no tornado threat for you guys at this time. So I'm not sure why this PDS has not been rotation is slowly tightening up. Yep, they just tornado warned it. So yeah, Bloomington is under a new tornado warning. This will be really brief for you guys. After this passes, you guys will be done. This storm is now taking the energy this storm had, which is why this one has died. Again, a very intense tornado. You can see a very intense tornado here occurred. That is just an insane debris ball. And you can see where it died off. So we've had at least 3-4 significant intense tornadoes. These debris balls, I want to bring up the point. These debris balls like this don't show up in weak tornadoes, upper echelon. I wouldn't be surprised if it was lofting debris over 30 foot. The tornado did loft debris up over 30,000 feet. That is EF4 plus intensity easily. So, we're going to watch this storm evolution to see what this storm here can do. Shows we have 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. I was trying to figure out what they meant. They have issued a new tornado warning for Bartholomew, Brown, Johnson, Monroe, and Morgan. And I don't understand why. Is this your PDS? I don't understand. So, that's what I was trying to figure out. Sorry about that, everyone. Going back to our Lincoln radar here, we're about to be able to switch from this radar. Then we're going to go to our Missouri radar too as well. Watching really the last of these storms down here in Missouri start to die off. Let's kind of bring in our Springfield radar here. Bringing back our Evansville storm. Watching this closely, it's starting to deorganize. Watching this storm also really closely. This is your PDS tornado. This is your Effingham Montrose storm. So, if there's a tornado, it will be rain wrapped. Yes, it will be. But we're currently looking at Palestine, Carlisle. But you do bring up a really good point. I need to go to that. Watching this storm right here, it is still rotating its broad. It's weak. We're not at that point where it screams tornado to me, but it is screaming we could have a tornado. So I want to go back. I have not been able to get a photo of the insane debris ball. Oh, they had a tornado in that area. Oh, so they issued another 12. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I wanted that quick screenshot. Alright, let's go back to our Kansas City radar here. Or our Springfield radar. We're watching these storms die off as they move towards Springfield. Again, it was more of a CYA warning. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Bringing back this storm, we do have some broad rotation going towards Bucktown at about 16 minutes. How long will we be live for? I'm not sure. Currently, I have some things happening with my family that if something goes wrong, I may have to leave a little early. I'm also on standby as of FF, which is firefighting. So, it all depends on kind of what happens tonight. If I can stay live as long as I want, probably 12:30 to 1 a.m. If that. But let's bring back our Indianapolis radar here. We are tracking a little bit of a, still some rotation. We're just, again, really weak. One-story home completely leveled. That is, sad. That is really sad. And then Thursday, tomorrow, we'll probably be live around 4 p.m., 5 p.m. for Alabama, Georgia, where we do have a potential tornado threat. If the tornado threat comes into tuition. Right now, the SPC barely has a risk on it because it's tropical. It's tropical, but machine learning does print a pretty big tornado risk on it. So, we're gonna watch that and see what it does. We're still watching this storm, about 6,000 feet up in the air. This is your tornadic rotation right here, moving toward Carlisle, Bucktown. I need to change back to black. Right there, and that is what we're seeing. Why this tornado warning, once the line gets how the tornado threat is basically done. Yes, you could see a few spin-offs, but it's nothing that I'm too concerned about. Not really any tight rotation. We do have some broad rotation. But they are not going tornado warning here. They are going severe thunderstorm warning, which still can be upgraded to a tornado warning. They're probably giving a little bit of lead time with this severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me. They do have a tornado possible tag with this, however, so that's certainly good news. Looks like a little bit of hail may be falling here. 8. Okay, let's bring in our Lincoln radar. Looks like we do have a little bit of a hail core moving towards Marshall, where we do have a little bit of damage from as well, so let's go back to our Illinois, Indiana radar. Excuse me. There is a little damaging wind. I'm surprised this is not what we call a significant damaging wind threat here, which is 70+ mile per hour winds. Actually, it's 75, which is hurricane force. But rotation's still there. It's in a line. I could see this becoming a very big problem if it can clear out, and it is starting to clear out here. It's an inflow notch. So what's interesting, definitely going to be interesting to see what this does here. If I can keep that clearing, we might see a pretty strong tornado. Josh Pate even got a tornado. Oh, that's really cool. Josh Pate is a CFB analyst. No. It does not turn into a derecho. It won't be nowhere near classified. It just can't. So, okay, to make sure that was muted. We still have 4 tornado warnings and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. These are definitely on the weaker side now. We're watching this, and this cell strikes me as drop the tornado warning. A severe thunderstorm warning is sufficient right now. Moving back to our Illinois storm. Yeah, so I think classification, they just updated this. You have to have a swath of 75 plus mile per hour winds for like 50 miles, I think, maybe 100, and then 250. I think 250. May have upgraded it to 350. I'm not sure. Miles long. And it can't be an MCS technically, so we're watching these storms, but these storms are not in a environment that supports tornadoes. A lot of people, we do believe, so again, Effingham, Illinois was violent. So they're probably gonna issue a tornado warning on this here shortly. I'm not gonna get hit as hard as I thought. Yeah, that's the good news for you. Storm Chaser. Hit and run on a Storm Chaser by another Storm Chaser. Oh, they hit Scott Peak. Yeah, okay, that's the only person I really agree with that, but other than that. I have this little butterfly that somehow got in my room while I was doing some renovations. That's really cool. Alright, we are going to clear our St. Louis radar. We do not need it no more. Moving back here, we also have Dieter Ridge. You guys can come into your tornado safe places. It's no longer in your area and it has passed you. Indianapolis, yes. we have a new Illinois tornado warning. In Lake County here. Yeah, that's right. So this area was actually in my personal 2%. Well, this is kind of my forecast here. Oh. Definitely a decent forecast. Well, this is in a my personal 2%. I think the SPC has it in a 5. That is your broad rotation right here. Alright, let's go back to Indiana. Where we do have a new twin warning for Bloomfield. Bloomfield, you're under. Aren't you just under a twin warning, or was that Bloomington? Bloomington. We also have tornado watch number 347 in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern. We are not going to be live till 5 a.m. Eastern. We will show that tornado watch in just a second. And it is for these cells. This is starting to tighten up. Really, it's starting to tighten up. I think we have another significant tornado about to occur. As it goes towards Jonesville, I do expect another possibly significant tornado to occur. We're gonna stay on this for a while. So we're gonna go ahead and bring in this. This is your new tornado watch. It's a small tornado watch. It is localized. I'm about to get hit about 1 a.m. You're getting hit at 1. Oh. Storm chasing at 1 a.m. sucks. I don't know if you're chasing. But I've done that so many times. I just did that recently. So this is your tornado watch. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up here with the SPCA for probabilities. So the probability of 2 or more tornadoes is at 60%, and probability of 1 or more strong EF2 to EF5 tornadoes is at 40%. So 60-40 probs are not bad. This does include Cincinnati, Madison, Louisville, Elizabethtown, Lexington, Portsmouth, Chillicothe, Dayton, Jasper, Evansville. You guys are now in a tornado watch. And again, this is the storm that I have that feeling that not Dayton. It shouldn't be Dayton like that. Considering there's stratiform rain all up in this area, I am not sure if that'll come into fruition, any of your strong tornado threat. This is the storm that Jonesville, you need to be ready. Coming back to this storm here. New tornado warning here for Jonesville and Seymour and Scipio. Azalea. as well. Alright, before we start really pick up with this storm here, I am going to take like a 60-second break to refill some of my glass here with ice so I can put some Dr. Pepper in it, because my mini fridge that sits right here no longer works and I am repairing it right now. So, be back in 60 seconds to get some ice for some Dr. Pepper. Sorry about that, everyone. So again, I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Caleb, for viewing in. I'm sorry I was just a little bit gone there. I had to go get some ice for my Dr. Pepper. You are welcome for the coverage. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. That means a lot to me that you guys would trust me. So, alright. Keeping watch on this storm here. This is some tight rotation and it's trying to tighten up even more. Let me take a look at mesoanalysis. This might be another one that tries to form off a strong tornado potential. I think it goes. It really has nothing stopping it. So, we only have 3 tornado warnings, by the way. We're going to take a look at this one near Bloomfield as well. The strong weak rotation to the south of Bucktown. They're not really strong rotation at all. Coming back to our... We do have a little bit of rotation with this. It is broad. They are not continuing that tornado warning with it at this time. Going to our Chicago storm, our North Chicago Metro storm. Libertyville, you guys are fine to come out of your trail safe place now. You guys are not in the path of this. And you are past the rotation. So, we're still watching this area right over Green Oaks. It's broad, but it is there to produce a possible tornado. I'm going to remove mesoanalysis on my side screen. I didn't realize I had that many tabs open. Going back to our Indianapolis storm here, we're watching this tornado warning here. We have a new one. Yep, we have a new one here. That's your tornadic rotation right there. Lines up with reflectivity. And there you go. That's your tornadic rotation. Let's go get a storm track with this cell here. If it can continue, this is starting to become a little bit more linear here. Very impressive here. I should get to post this on social media. That is very impressive. And that is some strong rotation there. It's not a strong tornado. This is different. This is strong rotation. You'll hear me say strong tornado. Sometimes you'll hear me say strong rotation. Sometimes they will mean opposites. You don't have a tornado, but it is strong enough where it wouldn't surprise me if we see a tornado with it here soon. So, this is still striking me as a possible, as it goes toward Azila, Jonesville. Let's get a storm track with this as well. And we're probably going to go ahead and use this for a little bit. This is base velocity, but it's going to show the same thing that is. So here's the difference. Base velocity is looking from the radar to the storm, not factoring in your storm motion. Your storm motion, so when you have 70 mile per hour storm motion, you usually see EF1 damage. Your storm motion actually does have a play in your strength of tornadoes. Very impressive here. They have canceled all Illinois tornado warnings. So let's go back up to our North Chicago area. It has weakened below tornadic limits, so below severe limits. So we're really only watching this area. Oh, this is moving towards a tower. If it can hold, that's going to be very impressive to see. We do still have a ZDR arc, but we don't really have any lowered CC. Lowered ZDR. You do have a little bit of turbulence where your rotation is, but nothing too insane. You do expect turbulence where your rotation is, but that's just a feature. It's not tornadic. But we can see, okay, there's a lot more turbulence here, and that's what spectrum width is. It looks at turbulence. So, I guess estimates turbulence from storms. It's just a very impressive storm. There's going to be strong wind on the forward flank of this, easily. Up here. This is about as close as you're getting without a tornado. That's my opinion. Jonesville, you're under a tornado warning. This is developing, and I do think we see a tornado here shortly from this storm. This storm is our... This storm... Wait, is it? Yeah, these... It is not, is the one behind it. I thought this was the Charleston tornado. I mean, very close to... just very close to tornado. Since it's nighttime, you're not going to see this. That's the dangerous part. You're not going to see it. And that's what makes this dangerous. More dangerous than it is. So this is a very... This is... the storm is still carrying it. Yes, it is. Watching this really closely, and this is one of two tornado warnings here. Other tornado warning up here near Hope will probably be allowed to expire, and we will be down to this storm just causing tornado genesis here. So the tornadic orbital telemetry observations, direct intercept of a significant tornado in Effingham, Illinois. 8K footage, onboard TPRH sensor, this is valuable. A $500 reward. Because of CC around Bloomington debris carried by the storm in Greensburg area. Which storm was that? One second while I try to figure out. Oh, yep. I don't think that's your... that very well is, probably. I just don't see that being your tornadic debris. Bloomington area. Oh, here? I don't see that. I really don't. Well, we've seen this song and dance many times. This one's struggling. I guarantee it's low-level lapse rates and low-level instability issue. So I'm going to be really surprised if this is not on the ground. I really am going to be surprised here. Oh, one of our two tornado warnings. The other tornado warning is near Hope. I have a lot of hope. So this is a storm we're watching just really closely. I am surprised this has not got a debris signature thus far. I really am, as it's going into Jonesville. And it weakened. That's good news. That is good news, that it has weakened here. Hopefully that can continue. This is Bartholomew County. This is Bartholomew County. Very large county. I will say this is a very large county here. And this is a classic shape and normalized rotation for tornado. That is just exemplified. And usually it's just like this. And that's why I say exemplified here. So that's a very classic shape from this storm. YouTube has changed the way their stuff looks, and it sucks. Oh, that might be an area of concern. I'm not 100% sold on that, though. Here soon, we will be changing locations. The setup will change. However, the green screen will still be behind me. So certainly good news. This mini fridge I'm going to try to fix because of sentimental value to my family. We're still watching this near Jonesville. So, no, it's not, but was really close to being an area of concern. So, we're watching these two areas closely. I hope you guys come out here to a safe place. Clifford, you guys can come out here to a safe place. Hartsville, you can come out here to a safe place. I do not think the storm warning stays. This tornado warning is in effect, yeah, until 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time. I do expect them to drop it. The tornadic rotation has weakened substantially. Your storm has weakened substantially. And even with this I want to take a look at mesoanalysis. So the reason I say, well, mesoanalysis is because it tells me, okay, what storms. So this is using observational data and RAP data. RAP is a weather model, and it's very useful. We are currently here. I can tell you right now, your stratiform rain, Big 15 for Santa Kansas, Nebraska, day 4. Yes, I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream that. I may have something going on that day, but I will try. And then Father's Day, I'm in a tornado risk. So, if you go to my Facebook, it's just Kelly Rose. and Kelly Rose WX. You'll see my YouTube profile. That's where I do all my chasing. For right now, until I can create a new YouTube channel and go through that. Alright, bringing this in here, you have the good hodograph here. This is actually a very decent hodograph. You have decent instability on one of the main reasons, I'll go back to this, and this is one of the main reasons, they had canceled that Bartholomew County 2020 that went until 10:30, by the way. Your lapse rates here. This is the true reason. 5.7 and 6.6, that's not really the best. Instability and shear can overcome that though, but that's why you haven't really seen what we call long trek twice. There you go, there's that Hope 2020 that was just canceled. Coming back, we also have this severe thunderstorm warning. It does have some rotation. So coming up towards Riley, Corey, you guys just had that PDS warning. Was it this? That was a different storm. Okay. Sorry, I thought that was that PDS storm. You guys also just had an observed tornado. You hope to start your own business one day. Hey, that is really good. I have what I call side businesses. Since I actually have college pretty soon, and I will start working at my local Walmart as a tire and oil changer. I love doing that. You know, if it wasn't for weather, I'd be law enforcement. If it wasn't for that, firefighting, and then tire person. I love those things. But, Sari, if we are watching here, but I kind of mow people's yards, things like that. So, and I hope you succeed at the business you want to start, whatever it is. Whether it's weather related, sports media related, whatever business. You know, we need more people like that. A little bit of turbulence, nothing too bad. And then in downtown Indianapolis, we have a pretty strong storm. It is not even special weather statemented, which is really good, but it is going to be pouring down rain. You may see a little flooding potential with this storm north Indianapolis, but definitely a good chance. We are now moving out of where we are moderate risk here with the storm. So let me bring in place file manager, SPC day 1. We're out of that moderate risk. We still have the intense tornado potential going all the way here. This is all tornado driven. Landscaping company are starting your own storm chasing brand, team, etc. That's pretty cool. The thing I will say about storm chasing, if you haven't been yet, it's really fun. Traffic sucks. That's why I missed the Beggs tornado, because I tracked that thing from Byers. I sat on it while I was in near Okima. Sat on it for a while, watched it come up towards me, saw the IXL EF1. Traffic sucks. But this is something that, you know, the new age of weather reporting is YouTube. Local media's starting to die off. There are still some local medias, especially when us bigger streamers aren't live. I'm not saying I'm big in any way, but like when you don't have any of your streamers live, Brian, Max, Evan Freiberger. Oh, you've chased 10 times. Okay, so you understand the aspect of it. I've only chased 2 moderate risks, and I'm hoping to chase Father's Day with my dad. He comes with me occasionally, but that's beside the point. I forgot what I was saying. That sucks. This storm is just starting to look less likely to produce. It's moving out of the best environment. And this does remain in effect for 6 minutes, excuse me. So I have 2 clocks up here and they're a little bit slow. But local media is dying. It's more your people watch them when streamers like Ryan, Max, Evan Freiberger, nobody watches him. That's a joke, by the way. I'm actually friends with him, so. It's people like that when we're not live, they have to turn to local media, and that's kind of what I want to change. I want to hire people like to be here 24/7 every single tornado warning, things like that. Except nationwide, not like Alabama Weather Network, which I applaud them. Very respected meteorologists there. Or what Mike Collier's doing here in Oklahoma. Oh, you chased a funnel right over your uncle's farm once. Oh, that's pretty fun. If you go to CC near Indiana Harbor, you'll see a lot of debris that came out of that strong tornado. Yes, you will. You actually see it from Indianapolis on this storm. And then you still have a little bit of debris here from that storm. Carried by this tornado warning here. And then Indiana, Ohio, right there. That's even more debris. See, that is rare. That tells you, yeah, near Hamilton. I think that's Hamilton, yeah. That is debris from your tornado that hit those campgrounds. There's no doubt in my mind there were greater than 220 mile per hour winds. Easily. I just don't think you'll see that rating. I think it'll be EF4 rated. Still watching this rotation. It's broadening out. Definitely not what it was moments ago. There it is right there for you. Definitely weakening. We'll kind of show you guys a before here. This is when we thought it's going to definitely drop. And I think it did produce a brief tornado west of Jonesville, but you just couldn't tap into the better instability. And it became elevated again. So this is our only tornado warning. We have multiple tornado severe thunderstorm warnings. All of them are in Indiana. And these are your ones here. We're watching this cell that if it can tap, it can get your tornado warning for it. Excuse me. You do have some mid-level rotation in it. But it's nothing to really tornado warn at this time. But if it can tighten up, you'll see that tornado warning for it. A lot of spotter reports coming from Effingham. This is... I'm actually going to have to turn spotter reports off in a minute, because that is a lot. There we go. Coming from that Effingham storm. We had multiple intents. I would say a lot of the tornadoes we saw, except maybe 3 or 4, were intense to violent. So SIG-3 definitely would have verified here. Which I was tempted to put down, but didn't. Gonna get another air rotation to spring off near Hayden. Kind of, I'm curious as to what that is going to do here. Your headquarters in Ohio. That's a good spot. I know a few Ohio chasers. See, I live right in Tornado Alley, which is fun, but I have to move twice in the next year. Both of them to college. One of them is in Norman, though. The other one is Okmulgee, since I'm going to take a small college there for that. But I still try to track severe weather as much as I can. I just probably am going to be doing it a lot less with me getting a job and stuff. So continuing this tornado warning, I do not expect them to reissue this tornado warning here, and it's going to be disappearing in just a few seconds. There it is. If they do not reissue, we are tornado warning list for the first time in 6 hours and 5 minutes. Excuse me, sorry about that, everyone. And we are now down to a severe thunderstorm warning. Really good news. And we still have some storms in Illinois. They are severe. Take VWX, Evansville. It's like 7 feet, that's not bad. The issue with thunder is finding the people. Yeah, that's kind of the worst part of it. But when you get more experience finding people, I don't have experience doing that, so I really don't have a right to talk, except in lawn mowing. But when you get the people, it'll start working out. All you gotta do is pray about it, and if it's in God's will, it'll happen. I have that feeling, you know, I've had it for a long time, that this is what I'm supposed to do in life. And at this, I can get people to the Lord while I'm doing it, so that's why I try to talk about them every chance I get. Per NWS shut, they are not looking to reissue at this time, but they are going to monitor it closely for the potential of a reissuance later down the line. We do have major flooding potential as well in some of these areas. Let's kind of take back our Indianapolis radar. Milwaukee radar we can close off. Yeah. Wow. We're now down to 4 radar sites being open. I feel like that's an accomplishment. We're going to keep this up as these storms move through. But once they get into... I just graduated high school. Yeah, plenty of time. I graduated May 14th this year. So yeah, we have plenty of time. We'll probably leave this radar in about 30 minutes. Coming back to our Indianapolis radar, we do have multiple severe storms, and if this can hold its intensity, probably to Warsaw, you're going to see a very beautiful storm evolution from the TCVG radar. I personally love tower radars because that's your older technology. Wait, I don't know if it was visible from TIDS radar. I'm going to look at weather-wise. Weather front. It's probably going to lag up the stream. I'm sorry. I just hope I can access tower radar. Ah. Actually, where is that tornado? North of Bloomington, Martinsville, Gosport. Woohoo! We have that one. No, it didn't pick it up. Ah, that's sad. Now that we don't have a tornado warning, we can actually kind of go back through. Again, this is not active. Again, severe thunderstorm warning, but to show how this picked up, I'm gonna two-panel it, radar and correlation coefficient. We have this tornadic debris signature here. It's not really evident, and it is not tornado warned, but it's there. Going here. Okay, a pretty big debris signature south of Gosport by this point. Here's your tornado warning. Going through and it just new debris ball on radar. These are rare. The two biggest expenses would be vehicles and stuff like that. Yes, the vehicles suck, and maintaining them. Now, unless you work on them yourself, that's not too bad. If we can watch this tornado grow, then we're gonna bring in our big ZDR. Seems fine. So we have the tornado develop here. Intense tornado by this point. Here's your PDS upgrade. I want to turn off our icons, things like that. And you can see just an intense tornado goes through that area. That is some very, like, what were we even seeing there? Again, upper echelon here. And then it weakens substantially as it crosses into this warning. And then we can go here to our correlation coefficient. You can see this debris traveling all the way towards Hamilton. That is tornadic debris from your storm. This is tornadic debris. That is impressive. We're still watching the storm for the potential of a tornado warning. It still is weak, but we still have the potential of that tornado warning being reissued. Yeah, vehicles are the biggest expense, though. Tires, keeping the engine maintained. If a car has major failure or a leak. While I'm storm chasing, I have 2 spare tires at least all times. At least 1, but I sometimes carry 2 when I can. I think I do carry 2. I'm not sure. I have a CB radio and I'm about to install a mobile network radio and a ham radio. I have a tripod in my truck with the camera. I think I have a photo of this. Let me bring it up here. I'm gonna send it to a scammer bot. No. But we are going to send it to myself, and we're going to let you guys see it. So you guys kind of get a view. It's somewhere in here. Let me find it. Now it's going to be vertical. But now I'm going to go through. And this is how it is right now. Okay, it's obviously not going to load. What I can do really quickly is Twitter it. We'll get that view in just a second for you guys. Now I have changed it just a bit, but this is the general view. While we are down to just 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is my setup right here. You can see my CB radio down here. Let me bring in the blue stuff. You can see the CB radio and antenna and mic there. So I moved this here temporarily for some stuff that I do. That's a power inverter, so I can use a computer, but right now I don't have one. This is the tripod that I use. And you actually see the safety glasses right here. So this cord right here feeds up through here, through there, and comes to plug this in. However, I did reroute that cord because I moved this right here again. So I have 2 cords coming from here. One kind of going up like this, and then down here, going across that, and then down through there. Another one here, directly on the tripod. And then where that duct tape there is, I have it duct tape there again. And then it just runs up and then connects there. And then here's safety glasses for hail. I was actually changing the oil and stuff when I took this picture. And thought it looked beautiful. And this is the device, the phone holder I stream on. I want to get a better one, but I don't have the money right now. Definitely it'll be one thing I get when I get my job. It's used for a lot of farming stuff, so. And this red light is for my nighttime views interior. And then phone holder, cheap, works. Want a new one, but can't complain. I got everything I need. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. Really cool. Actually, see better. It's a DVD that I was listening to. So that's where that plugs into. I actually have a cord that it's duct taped in there. Like that. That's really cool though. And that storm has weakened substantially here. We are watching this other storm. It does have a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible tag with it. This is the cell we have been monitoring for the potential of a tornado. If it can just tap into that surface instability, it could definitely do some stuff that we probably don't want. That definitely wouldn't surprise me if it at least tries. We do have a state of emergency declared for the Charleston tornado. So we're just monitoring these storms here to see if they can really tap in, but you're losing your instability. Your surface instability is less, your sun's gone, which is certainly really, really, really good news. Alright, let's get back to our VWX radar. We're still watching this cell. I wouldn't be surprised if it tries a tornado near Ingraham. We might see a new tornado warning shortly, though. So definitely, possibly intense tornado that you can still see the spotter reports from that went through North Effingham. Definitely a crazy, crazy view. This is definitely going to be classified as a tornado outbreak. I'm not sure what they'll classify it as. Medina, Ohio. Excuse me. Talking 7 hours doesn't quite feel good. Yep. Oh, let me pull up that Lincoln. We're done with Lincoln, yes. T-Day. Oh, they should call that one D-Day. Radar. Yeah, you just have some what we call a stratiform rain right now. It's usually on the back side of storms, but it can be on the front side of these as well. But you do have if it can hold a special weather statement just to your west, a strong thunderstorm will impact that area, 50-mile-per-hour winds, and really virtually no hail, which is really good. And that's the Chicago radar right there. We do have. Okay. They are just monitoring these. These storms could be a cause of concern going through the night, but definitely not what we were seeing earlier. This is the main point I want to focus on here. Just wow. That's me nerding out. Now that we have a chance, we don't have any. We only have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Wait a second. You could probably see the tornado. Oh. I have to try this. Yeah, right there, you can literally... Hold on, if I set storm motion from warning... Yeah, that is it right there. That's your tornado right there, and this is a 3D scan. It is very rare you get the opportunity to see it like this. Wow. This is me nerding out. I love doing research on stuff like this. But that is your tornado right there. God. That is nerding out right now. This is just a nerding moment. So this was that intense tornado. Oh, that's an even better view. Whew. That again is your... Just... Wow. That is insane. I wanna... Ooh. So this is what we call nerding out. Please excuse that. Whew. You have a lot of turbulence there. Storm relative velocity looked crazy. That was CDR and correlation coefficient. Well, wow. Okay, that's enough nerding out. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Another one here on this cell that I was kind of talking about just a few minutes ago. That it could still tornado. Well, here is the... we're gonna go 3D radar view of the. I'm gonna go violent tornado that occurred in Goshen, not Goshen. Whoa. We're starting to see that rotation tighten up on that area. Gosport. So, okay. Sorry about that, guys. We're starting to see these cells moving back into this. I think I want to add one photo to this. Are we? Wow. Just a very intense tornado. That occurred. Okay. Back to this, where we do have severe thunderstorm warnings popping off. These storms can tornado if they tap into your lower level instability or surface instability, but the question is, can they? We've already seen what happens when they do. You had the Effingham storm and the Gosport storm. Let's move to our Evansville radar here. I'm gonna watch this cell. It is still got a little bit of broad rotation. It is not tornadic at this time. They do not have a tornado warning on it, but they do have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, I'm pretty sure. Yes, tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. And we also have this severe thunderstorm warning in our West Union. Unions have been being hit by a lot of tornadoes. This is also not tornado possible tagged. So a tornado possible tag is where the National Weather Service says, hey, this is significant, and this is not significant enough for a tornado warning, but it is significant enough for us to note it. Hey, if this can tighten up a little bit more, you'll see a tornado warning. So that's what we call tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings. And we only have 5 warnings, which is really, really good here. I'm back to Ohio. We're still watching this strong thunderstorm, maybe 50-mile-per-hour winds inside of it. Nothing too crazy. We're now down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is definitely not happening. And again, that does not taking into effect storm mode. This just takes your storm motion. This does, so it shows a bit of more accurate representation. I could see a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm here soon, though. It is rotating. I'm not going to say it's not, but I don't expect a tornado warning from it. I am going to take a look at mesoanalysis with this cell. Really briefly. I can do image archive. That is actually amazing. I forgot we had that. Not enough instability in that area, but Hodograph really does support a tornado. You just don't have enough 3 cape, which is, if you don't have any 3 cape, your tornado threat is pretty much non-existent because you don't have that surface-based instability. And that's what we kind of call it, a cheat code. Okay, can you have tornado here or not? Not all the time, but sometimes it's a cheat code. And so there we go with 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. They have said, hey, this storm does not deserve... No. That's still rotating like crazy. They may be typing up a tornado warning, though. Either typing up a tornado warning or watching what it does. They need a severe thunderstorm warning either way. Because that is still rotating. So again, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Certainly good news. This one, it has a little broad rotation, but it has weakened substantially. I'm watching this one for a possible tornado warning. I'm not 100%, there's still a lot of factors, but it is starting to show a little bit of, excuse me, lower level rotation starting to appear, but right now it's mostly mid-level. So if you can see it translate from your mid-level, I can also see this on my side screen over here, which you guys can't see. That's how I know it's mid-level. You'll see you got a little bit of rotation right here. It's nothing crazy. You can also see it's displaced from your lower level rotation. So, again, that's clean air mostly there. I would not put tornado warning on that. Coming back to our Evansville radar here. We're watching these areas. Watching this one, again, we still have a little bit of broad rotation. It has weakened. From what it was just at. Even though it was weak then, it's weakening, which is really good news. Watching this storm kind of popping off near Carlisle to see what it does. Can it tornado or does it just die? That's the thing we're watching really closely right now. I didn't know if I was going to be able to stream today, but I'm glad I did. Okay, so I'm surprised by this. They went special weather statement with the storm. Kind of surprises me kind of how it looks. I'm not going to say no, but another one of my friends got a big time tornado intercept. I'm actually gonna go listen to that. To see all my Oklahoma friends getting tornado intercepts and I'm not. It kills me. There's that new tornado warning here that we have been talking about. So, wow. Big time tornado intercept for my friend Jay. Well, we'll take a look at this tornado warning in just a second. Sorry about that. I had something I was typing up on my screen. Alright, here's your new tornado warning near Versa. And so we have 2 tornado warnings now. Oh, come on! You dumb. 3 tornado warnings. Oh, I hope you're out chasing. I really do. That'd be really cool. We also have this tornado warning here. I wasn't sure they were going to issue this as a tornado warning. I was a little bit hesitant to say, but now they did. And we have 3 tornado warnings now. This tornado warning does remain in effect until 12:15 Eastern Daylight Time. I think that's the EDT. Yeah, EDT. 12:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Let's get a storm track on this here. It'll be close to you about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Not currently on the ground. I don't expect it to be, but this is only tornado warning for Willard, Shelby. You guys need to be in your safe place. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning, which I said I wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds in this. And here's that new severe thunderstorm warning. I just didn't expect a tornado. But I did say a possible tornado. This is going to be South Cleveland as well. Moving back to Indianapolis here, where we do have 2 tornado warning, one for near Versailles and Dillsboro and Ricksville. That also remains in effect until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So yeah, 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is a tornado warning. This does not mean a tornado is on the ground, but this means take shelter. Let's get a storm track from this Kurt storm here, which does remain in effect until 12:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Sorry, I'm having to. Anytime you see here is in Central Time, so all of your times here are in Central Time. unless it is at the main bottom of your screen where it says Illinois until Wednesday 11:15 p.m. Central, but that will always go into a time zone that we are seeing. So you have 11 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time now. So we're watching this rotation right here. It's going to be right here in 15 minutes. So Kurtz, you have less than 15 minutes to get in your trail safe place. Jonesville, Seymour. We've talked about this town a couple times. I think you guys have been under a tornado warning a couple times. Yes, you guys have once. Okay, you're now under another tornado warning. This is not a mistake. This is a brand new tornado warning for the area. So you need to be in a tornado safe place right now. Do not wait till you see or hear. This is a dangerous situation. Alright, let's go back to our Ohio tornado warning. I gotta take a restroom break. It's only gonna be about 60 seconds to 2 minutes. It'll be really brief. I'm sorry, but I got to use my restroom break. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Had to take a restroom break, and then something had occurred outside that needed me to attend to it. Sorry about that. We saw 3 tornado warnings right here in Ohio, too. We have one. We have a new Ohio tornado warning. Yep, we are up to 4 tornado warnings, so I'm going to have to bring in ILN radar. Evansville. No. I'm going to keep Evansville radar up. Let's go and bring this up to this new tornado warning here. Where you have a new, and heading towards Dayton. Definitely a new storm though. So, just about to say, well, we're done here. Nope, we're not. Going back to our Indianapolis tornado warnings, we have 2. One heading towards Independence here. Can I see this on, Wilmington, Ohio? 7,000 feet. Yeah, your rotation's right here. It's rain wrapped. You're not going to see it. Coming back to our Indianapolis storm, we also have a Kurtz tornado warning here. That is concerning. Concerning. Something you don't hear me say often. Concerning. So this, it's tapped in. I think we have our next significant tornado possible. We also have rotation near Willard, south of Willard, going towards North Fairview. Medina. Oh, that means you are in the path of this, so if you're chasing that would be really cool. And I figure you are, since it's coming close to you. We don't have a debris ball, which is really good. Definitely weakened a tad bit. This is about as strong as you can get without a tornado on the ground, I'll tell you that right now. This is as strong as you can get without a tornado. So, there it is. There's your tornado on the ground. There it is on the ground doing damage right now. Going back to this storm here. That's your track rotation here. Dillsboro, let's get a storm track on this. It'll be out of the warning in 15 minutes. Dillsboro, run, don't walk to your safe place now. Watching this Willard cell, it's broad rotation south of North Fairfield. But alright, now let's go back here in Annapolis, where we do have a possibly a strong tornado ongoing right now. No, possibly. Mayfield, Kentucky, Joplin, Missouri, Nashville, Tennessee, 2020, and Elkhorn, Nebraska are the ones to have an over 70 DBZ. And so we do have a tornado on the ground. I want to go back here, where we have just had a pop-off here, where we do have a tornado warning heading towards New London in about 15 minutes, Rochester, Ohio in about 30 minutes, Wellington 35, Greenwich in 13 minutes, Nova 27 minutes. And that's to be a thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going back to Wilmington, I'm watching this because it might try to drop over Dillsboro. We're looking about 63,000 feet, but not 63,000, 6,300 feet. So, but back to our on-the-ground tornado that I would possibly say reached EF2 intensity. We do have a sort of debris ball here is. That's your debris ball on radar. Now this gives me curiosities, but... I will not be surprised if we see a tornado on the ground in Dillsboro at some point. And we're watching really intently because this has strong rotation mid-levels. And it could translate to lower levels. There's your new extension for Bellevue, Union, Independence, Walton, Verona, Patriot, Rising Sun. Let's go up to our Cleveland, Ohio storm. I do expect them to drop the tornado. You are seeing rotation develop down here as well, so definitely. And then coming back to Evansville, we do have this storm. It's elevated, but and then back to Wilmington. This is so close to producing a tornado, but I don't think it is at this second producing. And this is right here, our only on the ground tornado. You can see a debris ball on radar. So this is the third debris ball we have seen today on reflectivity. Excuse me. That is insane. So they will continue this towards North Vernon in 30 minutes. Here, about 30 minutes in North Vernon. You need to be preparing to take shelter right now. Do not wait. So today is what we call a mesoscale day. So, Cincinnati, you're, it's going to bring in our Wilmington, Ohio radar. Cincinnati, we're watching you rather closely. we're watching this cell, and I am surprised. It has what we call a bounded weak ecoregion right here. That's a pretty intense updraft. I don't know if it's on the ground, but it is so close to being on the ground, it's not even funny at this point. Yeah, we have spotted network on. This one is so close to being on the ground, it's not even funny. Coming back to our new tornado warning for New London. Medina, it's coming close to you in about an hour. You need to go ahead and be preparing now, or getting ready to chase whoever you are. And so we're what? Excuse me. Let's go back to our tornado on the ground doing damage. We're still on the ground right now. Going close to Seymour and Jonesville. This is your moment where you have a tornado on the ground. You need to be. So, still a tornado on the ground doing damage. Now, sorry. That is a debris ball, like... So, sorry, my voice is starting to lose itself. That is on the ground. I don't know how this is not showing a debris ball. Or a debris signature right now. If that matches up right there, that's going to be your tornado, possibly. We're going to wait on velocity to see. I wouldn't be surprised if that's your tornado right there, with a new tornado possible. That has got to be on the ground. There, you don't see the signature every day and it not be touching the ground. Maybe a weak tornado, I'm not sure right there. I could see this being a tornado right here. Which off-centers itself from the main rotation right here. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. There's not really any question about that in my opinion. Let's go back to our Seymour storm, where we do have a, what I think is a weakening tornado. If not, has weakened below no longer tornado. Maybe just went through a mini earthquake there. I'm pretty sure I just went through a mini earthquake. Whoa, hello. Not 100% sure, but that looked like a earthquake. Still got a little bit of debris. This is debris fallout. Yeah, I've seen that debris fallout kind of dissipate a bit. We do also have a new considerable flash flood warning here from that Dillsboro storm. Okay, you still have a little bit of debris fallout coming from those storms. That is insane to me how far that debris has traveled so far. We're getting Grail footage soon. Oh, wow. Sorry, that's a Juice WRLD fan moment. So this storm near Dayton has weakened. I do expect them to drop that 20. Let's go back north where we haven't really been looking in just a second. Yeah, that's a tornado. That was just briefly on the ground. That is a debris ball. Another tornado here. There you go. They have observed this tornado warning. Definitely makes sense. So that's... you can't have a velocity signature like that and not be on the ground. Towards Cleveland. This storm still has a little bit of broad rotation. If you're in Plymouth, North Fairfield, Willard, and New Washington, you guys come into your tornado safe place. You are no longer in the tornadic rotation. Stressful time. So we had... Excuse me. And that storm's starting to weaken, so... Coming back here to our... I don't believe we have a tornado on the ground still. I think it has weakened and has dissipated, which would be really, really good news here. And so we have been at this for 7 hours and 17 minutes. We should have been here for 8 hours, but... had some stuff coming up that coming back to our Wilmington tornado here. Burlington tornado. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I think we had a brief weak tornado. This is a tornado outbreak officially. We've seen enough tornadoes. Probs. Okay. I'm not going to stream it. However, we do have a new tornado watch. Mildly new. Dillsboro. Still a little bit of rotation with that little cell there, but... they do say the tornado risk continues in the area here. In this area. We'll show that in just a minute. Only one severe thunderstorm warning, which is really good news. Okay, here's your new tornado watch right now. This is, again, your new tornado watch. This does include New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Mandeville, Gulfport, Burroughs, Franklin, and Lafayette. This is related to post-tropical cyclone Arthur, which we have had nothing on. You're back. That's good. Are you going to be out chasing that little cell that you got? That is your new tornado watch. This does go until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And back up here to this. I do think they dropped the tornado warning, but if they keep it, you might be able to chase. This tornado has lifted. May have had a new tornado right here. No. And then here we have this tornado on the ground. Briefly. Has lifted. That's your track rotation right there. This will be in Florence in about 15 minutes. Burlington. Right now. And we are back down to 3 tornado warnings and no severe thunderstorm warnings. You're on standby? Oh, that's good. It just depends on how... You got 45 minutes so the tornadic rotation gets you. But... You're under a special weather statement. Coming back to this storm, we could see another potential attempt at tornadoes near Greensburg, Indiana. Here. You're seeing the overworked environment playing in here, which is why these storms aren't doing much. You are seeing a little bit of rotation with that Coal City, but hey, is this that saw that I... Okay, that's your Bloomfield saw that kind of made a northeast turn. Jonesville, Azela, and Seymour, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. The tornado threat has passed you. They have dropped that one to a regular tag. So we only have this one Kentucky tornado warning here. I had a friend that lived up here for like 2 years. Then he moved back to California. Now he's a firefighter. Get another classic shape. This S shape shows there's sufficient rotation in this storm on normalized rotation. That's your tornadic rotation right there, however. You have 2 areas specifically, but little one right here, it's not uniform at all, and then one right here and one right here. Both of these are very weak and broad, but they are still enough to keep this tornado warning going. And this is our only observed tornado warning. It's not on the ground at this time that I know. Okay, so if we're gonna nerd out for a second, we are really close to this radar. We probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to. Okay, it didn't happen. TCVG. TCVG. CVG. We're gonna bring in our tower radar here, which is gonna be a radar we're gonna use for this morning. Site. Oh, wait, wrong storm. Forgot we were observed. This is your high resolution right here. That was where it was producing that tornado near Belleville. This does not have correlation coefficient though. This is Candy Eye for weather enthusiasts. That is your tornadic rotation right here. This also scans every minute, so we're going to be using this a lot because this will give us... We also have a new... I love meteorology. We have a new tornado warning though for Highland Heights, Camp Springs, Oneida. One net. Oh, what is this town? Oneida, New Richmond, California, Visalia, Alexandria, Taylor Mill, and Independence. You guys are under new tornado warning. You think you're going? All right. Well, let's take a look for you real quick. This storm is moving away from you, unfortunately. But this tornado warning cell is dying off, so unfortunately for this radar, this does not do too well, so you can imagine. But whew. For a weather enthusiast like me, this is incredible. But we are no longer... So in storm motion from this warning. I kind of want to undelius. Ah, still not showing it. That's it. That's your tornadic rotation right there, and we get updates every single minute with this radar. And it does do every so often what we call long-range reflectivity, but I think that's every 5 minutes. Alright, let's go back to our Indianapolis storm, which our Seymour storm has lost its tornado warning. And it's certainly good news that it has weakened below severe limits, first of all. We are watching this one closely. It does have a little bit of rotation. And going back up to our... storm here, it's also weakening, so I would expect them to cancel this tornado warning here shortly. Let's see a little rotation, but that's clean air, so. We have a new Illinois severe thunderstorm warning. That's why we kept the Severnville radar. We're watching this also for a possible tornado. Again, if it can tap into your surface-based instability, your tornado threat goes substantially up. Wait. Alright, man, be safe, and I'll see you later. Let's go and get a storm track here on that rotation real quick, though. If it can tap in, it can produce a pretty good tornado, but... Moving back to our Wilmington radar here near Florence, this is a very very impressive in view. Until it went long range. This is what we call beauty. I don't want it to have that go that much far back. Insanity coming from this radar. And so that's your tornadic rotation right there, just south of Hopeful Heights. That's what we're watching really closely here. I love these tower radars. But let's head up back to your 29 warning at Cleveland. They still have it 29 warned. Still have a little bit of rotation, mostly clean air though, so certainly good news. Going back to our severe thunderstorm warning here, still some broad rotation to the west of Pinkstaff. It's broad enough, and it's still a little bit elevated where they don't think a 20 warning is warranted. And this one's starting to line out again, so that's good. And this is our only storm that we're really even concerned about at this point. Just wow. You have your eyes on Greenwich? Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at that really quickly. You still have just broad rotation, but it's mostly clear air at that point. So we'll see what they do. New London, you just stay to your safe place. Greenwich, though, you guys can commit your turn to safe place. Same with Plymouth. You guys can commit to your safe place as well. Let's take a look at Wilmington radar. We'll see a point where it's 18,000 feet. For now, we're going to keep the view here of the tower. This updates minutely. You got some spin on Greenwich, still very weak, but that's my target. Yeah. I mean, hope you bag something tonight. This may be a tornado on the ground. We don't have a debris ball though. But this is kind of all we have. This is not... Sheesh. Just beautiful. We might have a tornado on the ground. It's further. I'm gonna set up and wait. I'm not gonna go all that way for it to be canceled. Yeah, I've done that before too. I've went to a storm and it just died. Actually, this week. We're gonna wait on that velocity scan because again they're doing. Oh, we're gonna wait another scan. Nope, got canceled. That's what I was starting to think. And go to that. The storm itself is weakening. But we'll be watching it in case it tries anything. We do have a report of a wall cloud, however. Wall cloud rotating west of 1103 Pinewood Independence, Kansas. When was that image that I took? So again, big time influence. You're just gonna sit on standby and watch your own radar with you. Whoa, with me. Anyway, I want to say thank you for supporting me. I remember your username from back when I was a squeaker, or that's what I call myself. Back when my coverage really wasn't as good, because I didn't know as much. I want to say thank you for really sticking with me since then. I have a lot of spin in this. It's kind of died off. And we're looking at 76,000 feet, not 1,000. What's good about this is I think we had a brief tornado right here at 100 feet. A possible tornado right here at 86 feet. And one right here at 79 feet. That is impressive. We are about the time we exit this, probably near Bethel, probably going to lose this radar, which is sad. We have more severe thunderstorm warnings popping off again. On this storm near Bloomington. This does have, again, a little bit of rotation. Something I'm going to say about today. We have such insane shear, that everything's going to be rotating. It really doesn't matter. It's going to rotate. It's just, can it be surface-based? Try and hammer south. Alright, let's take a look at that. If probably Lottie towards Nova would probably be decent. You'll come back north, but maybe towards Spencer even, because that'll come close to you. If it can just become surface based again, you'll and tighten up a little bit more, you'll see it. So, and this is our only tornado warning, and it's certainly good news. We haven't had a debris ball or a debris on this. Coming back to our tower radar, and just this has weakened substantially on our tower. But this is what we call textbook. Alright. Also, what you see, you get the minute. So you're currently in Lottie. Alright. You actually see the wind as it does its thing, which is really cool. Because that lets you see these spin. And it did a brief handoff. Hammering south. If this can try, you'd probably want to hold if you want to be in Medina. But if you want to be close to there. And the storm is the only one that really looks impressive right now. This one could try, but I'm just not 100% sure at this time. Just not sure at all. And we still have a little bit of broad rotation here. I don't have my, I have the regular tomorrow morning out. Certainly good news. This tomorrow morning does go until 1:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is a long time. Long time. That's your rotation right there. So very broad. We only had 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're going to be viewable on our Evansville radar. Or your southern 2 are going to be. We're going to see the last hour spotter reports. I don't blame you if it definitely takes time to learn how to read radar and be able to stay calm enough to cover it. Yeah, it does, because you can go back. I saw these public because kind of want to show my growth. Any tornado emergency, I'm not covering it, I'm just freaking out. It has been, though, a little bit recently where, what was it? The major tornado outbreak, I think it was last Thursday. I had to end stream because I broke down in tears. That's private video now, but I broke down in tears, and that's kind of what I meant meteorology is for to stop that stuff. Kind of what they were reporting, just... I was already under a lot of stress at that point, though, so... But yeah, man, it took time, and now that I've really learned, you know, how to use these products, like ZDR, I don't exactly know what it's used for, but I can tell you the signs of a tornado in it. I just can't remember what it's used for, really. Coming back to this tornado warning, might be seeing another rotation to the south of Taylor Mill try to develop here shortly. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out here. Yeah, I've storm chased storms that, or even coverage, yeah. You have to have it mentally, you have to be mentally there. And you can tell which streams I'm not, but even while storm chasing, I have to keep myself composed because there's lives at risk there. But just, that's your tornadic rotation right there. We might be trying to see another rotation form near Taylor Mill. We're going to be watching that closely. And that's fun about these tower radars, or terminal radars. You can see it just... I think we had a brief tornado in Florence. I definitely have that feeling. I wish we had correlation coefficient on these. The dual pole, these are your older radars that were used in the early 90s. They're still used today, and they are so fun to have. Yeah, I was actually driving in a tornado warning with my dad. This was April 25th this year, I think. Yeah, it was April 25th. I said, we're directly in the path of this thing, and we can't see it because it is now being adjusted by the storm back to its west. So you're seeing the rotation tighten up, and it did produce the Roth tornado, which I missed. But you know, and those are the situations where you gotta realize, I've been on the backside of an RFD surge March 6th of this year. I had left school, came home, got my camera, chilled out for about 10 minutes. Had I brought my camera to school with me, we had some car break-ins, so I didn't want to bring my camera in. Dealt with that. But let's go back to your severe thunderstorm warnings. We still don't have a debris signature on correlation coefficient. Really good. But we couldn't hardly even see our hood with how heavy it was raining. Side to side, and it's getting bigger, it's coming at you. Yeah, but when you can't see it, you don't know. Even grungy rain wrap stuff, sometimes you can't see it. So we're still watching these severe storms. This does have a little bit of rotation. Let's move to our terminal radar again, where we have a new tornado warning here. We're about to have to stop using the terminal, which sucks. Probably along the border. That's why we go inside, if you know. Yeah, that's another reason, because even as a storm chaser, March 4th, 2025, I was 1/4 of a mile from a QLCS tornado that I couldn't see because it was raining so hard. What's sad, if I would have drove north, which I had schooled in like an hour, so I decided not to drive north. Had I drove north, I would have seen a tornado. About the time I was crossing near its path, I would have seen the tornado. And still got some very impressive rotation here on the terminal radar. It wouldn't surprise me if it's trying to drop another tornado. But I couldn't even see it 1/4 of a mile from me. Bethel, you're now under a tornado. Lindale, I'm trying to say this the Australian way. Amlia. I'm gonna go Amlia. I'm probably butchering that. You chased the Ohio direction in 2022. I wasn't even chasing then. I was covering severe weather, but I wasn't. I didn't start chasing until September 24th, 2024. I had a very beautiful and shelf cloud. Hoping to do research meteorology though, not broadcast. This stupid butterfly. Flying around me. Very small butterfly though. I might be trying to do something funny here. Alright, I think it is going to be time to go ahead and switch to our Wilmington radar. This has been a fun radar to use, however, unfortunately. We're tracking this rotation near Anita. It is right on top of you guys. You need to be on the tornado. You need to be in your trail safe place right now. Do not wait till you're here. It is nighttime. It's incredibly hard to see. Storm chasing headquarters in Lottie. That'd be pretty cool. A lot of your headquarters are, you know, Plains, Central, Southern, Northern Plains. There's not a lot of Ohio chasers, really, that do that. So that'd be really cool. No, I don't want the flash flood warning. If you follow college sports at all, college football in specific, if you follow Texas, Oklahoma, and Georgia, Georgia has an Oklahoma problem. Texas has a Georgia problem. Oklahoma has a Texas problem. They seem to be beating each other. Texas somehow has beat OU 2 years in a row. Storm chase, not much money involved. Private insurance investing, private insurance adjuster. There's a lot of stuff that you can do to make money while storm chasing, because most of your chasers now, that's not their only income. Because that's not going to be mine. I'm going to have reserve law enforcement, the Army paying me, And possibly even the government paying me, so. And farming. Farming is going to pay me a lot, and I'm not going to be paying much taxes. Which, I'm not going to brag, because anyone who farms can do it, as long as they have certain stuff. And actually, storm chasing, you also get tax deductions as well, so you don't have to pay taxes on some stuff like that. You just have to make money. Texas, I know you play everywhere. Yeah. And I love it. It's made me $40 thus far. But we're heading back to Indianapolis. We're watching an area of rotation. If it can sustain itself and become surface-based. And I like college sports. Yeah, there's multiple ways you can make money storm chasing. That's what I was worried about. It's just still the one that I've been... Yeah, it's the one that I've been talking about for so long, and it finally gets to what I want. We got a new 12 warning, and this one's heading right for Wilmington. Cincinnati, you're going to have a 12 warning to your north, and you're going to have a 12 warning to your south. You're working on your top 10 QBs list for this year. I'm hoping my team, Oklahoma State, does something. What sucks? I'm an Oklahoma State fan through and through, die hard. I'm going to OU for 6 years, I think, maybe 8 years. I don't know. That sucks. Continuing, that is. Somehow that's not on the ground, and I'm really thankful. That's your tornadic rotation. This is going to be on the north side of Cincinnati. So downtown Cincinnati, you're not really going to have anything. This will go through Lebanon, Springboro, Mason, and Hamilton, though. And from about 30 minutes in Hamilton to about an hour in Lebanon. Cedar Grove, you have about 12, 11 minutes, so you guys need to be in your safe place. 8 and 4 Oklahoma State, yeah. I'm on 7 and 5 and 8 and 5. Considering the bowl game will be bowl eligible for the first time in a couple of years, which as long as we can win more than 6 games, as long as we win 6 or more games, I'm not going to be mad. At least win more than 1. And then coming down here, we have this tornadic rotation. That has got to be clean air. I'm sorry. And that is your tornadic rotation. There's radar perspective. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do this. This is a kind of in-depth analysis. So your Ohio State schedule. I actually haven't looked at Ohio State's schedule this year. I know they're going to... So your reds are moving that way, and your greens are moving that way. So, in this circumstance, that's still applicable here. No, I don't want that arrow there. Reds move away from the radar, and greens and your blues move towards the radar. That indicates we have a little bit of circulation happening here. So that's what we're seeing from this radar. Coming back to that southern tornado warning here. Then we're going to go to hours of your thunderstorm warnings. This is starting to bow out in my opinion. So could see some 60-70 mile per hour winds. So just a little bit of rain in Cincinnati though. Covington, same thing to you guys. This storm here is the only storm that really gets me a little bit concerned for you guys. This does have a this storm, probably not the same updraft anymore, has had history of strong tornadoes. I'm pretty sure that's the storm. Yeah, that's that storm I was thinking about. Had a history, so we're watching it closely, but right now, taking a look at this storm here. It has linear characteristics to it, though we do have a little bit of hail being noted by radar. Texas on the road. You should be able to beat Texas. USC, possibly. Oh, Oregon's going to be a good one. Oh, y'all have Indiana on the road. If they can maintain their momentum, and they've kept a few players, but most of their players were old. I don't know how they will do this year, I think. And I hate your preseason rankings because, what was it, like 6 to 16, I think? I'm not exactly sure. Of your top 10 that was in the preseason was just out of the top 25. LSU was disappointing, but they have Coach Ed and 10-2. I agree with you. I think your hardest opponents are Oregon and Indiana. I love college football, and I'm sad that I'm going to be missing it for working on tires and oil changes, but something I love to do. We still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the Cincinnati area. Oregon and USC. I think Indiana might be one of your losses. USC's good, but I don't think that they're as good as Ohio State, and I don't think they can beat Ohio State because they love to choke. If that makes any sense. Coming back to our Wilmington radar, though. Watching this storm on the north side of Cincinnati, heading towards Hamilton in about 30 minutes. Shandon, Fairdale, Forest Park, Mason, Mainville, Lebanon, Monroe, Trenton. Hey, go ahead and be preparing to take your tornado precautions. Gonna have your baseball helmets, your helmets. Could be football helmets for your favorite team of the Cincinnati Tiger. Wait, no, Bengals. Wait, I done forgot. Bears, cat, something. Hold up. I swear. Bearcat. I am embarrassed. They're in the same conference as my Oklahoma State. Week 0, TCU. Alright, yeah, I'll probably tune into your channel. Actually gonna give you a sub real quick. Hold up. Go to. That way I get to listen to you and support you as well. But yeah, that's starting to bow out. That's probably gonna drop the warning, but let's go ahead and give you a little bit of update. towards Bethel, that's going to be some strong wind moving into that area as well. Memphis and UNLV at 10 p.m. East EST. Yeah. Memphis should easily beat UNLV, but how UNLV did last year. I think they kept some pretty good players too, so. There's two areas of rotation that I'm tracking. One right here, and one just north of St. Peter. These are going to be tracking to the east. So I do expect them to continue this tornado warning towards Hamilton even for 30 minutes. It's not as well defined. You have a little bit of an S shape there, so that's really good. And taking a look back at our severe thunderstorm warnings here. That could become tornadic here soon. It very well could. It just depends on how the storm interacts with your surface instability. Which after multiple rounds of severe storms, it's going to be interesting how that plays out. Moving back to our Evansville radar here. We have a report of 56 mile per hour winds, northwest thunderstorm wind gust of 56 at Lawrenceville Airport. Again, it is linear, more linear than anything. One of the last views here of this tower, and these give your closest to ground information, which is really good. Do we have it? I see a rotation right there near Cedar Grove. Very weak though. I want to go back up to the Cleveland, Ohio storm. Yeah, well, Lottie's just getting some rain. So far, my forecast is holding pretty good. But we do have two tornado warnings at this time. This tornado warning here does expire at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then we're watching this here. Again, it's lining out a very broad rotation. They do not extend this tornado warning. I don't see this being extended. Sorry if you guys heard a minor beeping there. I don't think if the thing picked it up. Auburn, Baylor. That's a decent one, I'm not sure, but what? I am surprised that this extension But this is what the 21 National Weather Service thinks is going to happen. So Sardinia, Mount Orab, Buford, Mauricetown, Sugar Tree Ridge, Macon, or Macon, whichever, Winchester, Cherry Fork, Russellville, North Georgetown, and Hammersville. You guys are now under a tornado warning. Innermost inner part of your house or started building. Avoid windows if you are outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter inside the most substantial shelter. Protect yourself from flight debris. It does not take much to flip mobile homes. EF1 tornadoes will roll them. So, that's why we also say about vehicles. Vehicles can be big time. So Colorado versus Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech may have the upper hand, but I think they lost their quarterback, so. What do you think about the Texas Tech Brennan Sorsby situation? I know Brandon Sorsby entered the NFL supplemental draft, so he parted ways with Texas Tech, but they got legally bullied into it too. But he has no right to play, honestly. Not Texas Tech. Yeah, Texas Tech. I thought I was thinking about Texas A&M. I had him at 9 in QB rank, so I replaced him with Sam. Sam's pretty good. Coming back up to this torn warning here, then we're going to go... I was trying to figure out, wait, there's a tornado warning in Indiana? Yes, Kelly, there's a tornado in Indiana. And I was looking directly at it. I wasn't... I do that from time to time, thinking, oh wait, what? That shouldn't be here. But it is. Congratulations to my Frank. Congratulations to my friends Drake and Jay for an absolute bag of a tornado. Our rank's a secret until the video comes out. Well, I'll be waiting for that, man. I will certainly be waiting for that. You saw that rotation over Cedar Grove, though, near Sharptown. Actually, Sharptown. You know what? Let's wait. Let the new velocity scan in before I freak out here. There's your new tornado warning. Hamilton, you are now in this. New Miami, Fairfield, Forest Park, Miami, Oklahoma's Miami, Florida's Miami. So, Riley, St. Charles, Leahy. You decide to restart at 1:30. I had severe weather coverage about 6 years ago. I shouldn't have been doing it back then. I was way too inexperienced, but YouTube decided not to delete that channel for no reason. Sorry about that, everyone. Oof. And then coming back to this storm, definitely gonna be some strong wind in it. Sorry, my phone is blowing up. What is going on? Oh, nice. It's fun. We're still watching this tornadic rotation. Kind of surprises me that it's, you know, warned, but Winchester in about 30 minutes. You guys need to be preparing. You need to be in your safe place, but yeah, okay, that makes sense. We're now up to 4 tornado warnings. This tornado warning goes until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There we go, that's updated. That took a little bit of convincing to update. Start your own UFC. I like fighting. That's just me. You know, me and my friends all the time, we have fights. We just have fun. Put on some gloves, and we just have fun. Sorry, I just heard something out my door, and that is actually terrifying. That's alright. Got something beside me, and something's in my house. We'll be fine. I know exactly what it is, though, so I'm not worried. Kind of scared me a bit there. I do not think you have tornadogenesis with this. I really don't. I'm going to bring up mesoscale analysis. Mesoanalysis. Or what we call it. Let me change sector to this. And that covers Ohio. Nice. Okay, so we're going to sample this storm. Very moist. So that's the reason why you have those thunderstorms just congealing. But that's not what we're after. I was trying to bring out a better view for you guys, but here you guys go. Definitely not the most supportive. Where's my VWP? There it is. 726 mixed layer cape, so. We're going to select. Oh, I can. I want to sample this here. VWP. We might go storm relative in a minute. Yeah, storm relative. Not impressive at all. But you still have a little bit of curvature there. So. And that same thing. Sampling these storms, you still have a little bit to work with, but your surface stability is really low, and that's why those aren't doing And then this storm that has absolutely been cranking some pretty strong rotation, but has weakened. That's why. That is why. Very large photograph, enlarged. Enlarged photograph now. Yeah, very enlarged photograph. Okay. And that was sampling the storm here. So as shear, and it's trying to rotate. This cell's starting to get clustered into a lot of storm, a lot of rain, a few updrafts. So we're going to see if it constructive merges or destructively merges. So the difference, when we talk about constructive mergers, those are mergers that boost your tornado genesis. We can see that in a lot of your violent tornadoes, a lot of them, I'm not saying all of them, need that little boost. Whether it be a nudger or a merger, they need that little bit of a boost to really just go. And those are the fun days. These are the fun days here where Mezzo, you don't know the exact spot of the severe weather until, well, the day of, with morning convection, things like that. That to me is fun, because that creates what we call forecast challenges, and I love me a little challenge. So far I did right. I probably should have added a 15%, but I didn't. Yeah, I do expect this tornado warning to be canceled, because what? Unless it's trying to say that's tornadic rotation, which, sure. I'm just not seeing it. Alright, back to our severe thunderstorm warnings here. I want to bring these back into view. We have this severe thunderstorm warning near Columbus, and these are towns that just had tornadoes. They've had multiple tornado warnings tonight. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning. You guys are not really in a tornado threat with this storm. It could evolve into a tornado threat, but right now there's not an imminent tornado threat with this storm. I can represent an updraft really quickly. That is what updraft does. So it tilts, so you can be looking here at the terminal, but you're looking here at your radar, which is what was kind of occurring. And that's what... So your terminal is seeing 50 feet in the air. Sorry, that was one of my research things I've been doing on supercells. And we're watching this here. It's had tornadic potential for so long. It just can't get surface visibility because there's realistically not a lot there to work with. So that's why you're seeing that not tornado. If it can just tap into a little bit of instability, there you go. I gotta turn that back on while we were looking at that photograph, the enlarged photograph. Do we still have a view on the tower? Very broad. Yeah, they canceled that one. And we have a little bit of a view here. You have some broad rotation here. There you go. That's your tower view. And this is looking around 1,000 feet almost. Around 854 feet. Really cool. Come back to the storm. It's showing the same thing. It's just very, very broad. And so this storm has rotation right over Lehigh. A very broad and large, long rotation. Not strong, weak. which is really good news with this storm. I am going to wait on SPC Day 1. I think it's going to be interesting what they do for the tropical storm, post-tropical cyclone now. Again, we do have a tornado watch down there, but we haven't even seen, I'm going to bring this up, just on the SPC website. Morning aviation counties. So that's your tornado watch, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, New Orleans. Some town I can't see. Oh, this is a good sign. This is 40% for a tornado risk here, so. We're also tracking that into Alabama tomorrow, so. Depending on how that goes, we might go live. For that. What's sad is all my ice is melted in my water. That's sad. But coming back to this storm here, I just don't see its tornado potential at this time. But we are watching a little bit of rotation here. Broad. They might cancel the warning with this. I'm not 100%. And so we're just watching these two severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So. And then this one down here, you still have a little bit of rotation, very elevated rotation though. I'm watching this, just dying off, which is certainly really good. And these are our only spots here where tornado genesis is really expected right now. Apparently I don't get a severe weather risk on my birthday. That's gonna be sad. Watching Saturday, we might even have a tornado threat up in Kansas, so we might stream that as well. Coming back south here. I just said. Y'all, that is perfect timing. Tornado warning. I had just said there's no tornado warnings in Louisiana. Here you go, tornado warning. Let's get on the storm track. Oh, storm motion for morning would be lovely, because that's definitely not moving to the east. This is going to be associated with your post-tropical cyclone Arthur. Very disorganized, but you can still see tornadoes on these type of storms. I do not anticipate to be here for all of these tornado warnings. I will stay live until there are obviously no tornado warnings, but gonna have to use restroom in just a second. So it just said that. But here we go. Job in about 50 minutes. Monty Gut in 30 minutes. Take your traffic precautions. Do that. You are in the path right now, so innermost in part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. If you are outdoors or in a mobile home, go to the closest interior room, lowest floor of a sturdy building in a mobile home, or sorry, I butchered that like crazy. If you're in a mobile home or a vehicle, go find the closest substantial shelter and take cover from flying debris. Last ditch effort. Lay in a ditch. However, I wouldn't do that until we know a tornado's on the ground. That is, because that is not fun laying in a ditch. Rain pounding you like crazy. That's not fun. A little bit of rotation, but they gotta cancel that tornado warning, and then we're gonna leave probably this tornado warning as well. I highly anticipate this tornado warning being canceled as well. But we also have a newer Louisiana tornado warning. After I say no tornado warnings. Yeah, perfect timing, I know. That's your tornadic rotation right there. Yeah, there we go. That works a lot better. So, still watching this tornado warning here. Our only Louisiana and the first Louisiana tornado warning of the day. I am not sure why some radars do show what we call prob severe. These are really nice to have. But like up here, they're nowhere to be found. They're really nice to have because they go off of mesoanalysis and other things to give you, here's the environment. Read it for yourself. It even takes into account reflectivity, velocity, shear, things like that. And that helps a lot. We're going to be moving towards Wakefield in about an hour. So you guys between Winchester, Pebbles, Rardon, Sinking Spring, Morgantown, Waverly City, Piketon, Lucasville, Ottawa, Otway, towards West Union. If this tightens up, I don't expect them to keep the tornado warning on this, but if this can lose its steam, which it is, you may not see a tornado warning, but if it tightens up any, you will possibly see a tornado warning. We also have a flooding report coming out of Cincinnati here. High water reported over roadways with vehicles stranded and water rescues underway. One of the worst things about being a first responder right there. Because you're wearing those clothes probably the rest of the night until you get back to the station. That could be hours. That is not fun. Even in bunker gear, you can get water when you're in standing water. Sometimes you'll get water like through your bunker gear into your inner pants, and that sucks. As noted by my dad has bunker gear, and I've done that once. He was a former firefighter, volunteer. I will be in a couple days. Actually, I did not realize this. We are 9 days away from my birthday. Wow. I didn't even realize that. I did not realize that. Wow. I get to meet Cameron Nixon and Rick Smith of National Weather Service Norman on my birthday, and that is everything to me. So they do continue this warming, but they do shrink it into the Hamilton area, Fairfield, Ross, and Forest Park. I know what they're seeing, but I don't think it deserves a 20 warning. Come on, guys. Oh yeah, I was about to mark that down, but let's go back to Louisiana here, where we have a brief tornado warning here for until 1:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Terrebonne Parish. Let me find this. Why are Louisiana counties called parishes? Like what? Do they want the people to perish? Oh. Louisiana's local divisions are called parishes because they evolved from Catholic Church administrative districts established during French and Spanish colonial rule. Louisiana is unique among the U.S. states in using the term parish rather than county. Okay, that's cool. Something I did not know, and the curiosity just popped into my head. I've covered Louisiana tornadoes for how long, and I just got curious. It's your tornado warning heading towards Chauvin and Montegut. It's our only tornado producer right now. We do have stuff off in the Gulf of... Well, we're just going to call this the Gulf to not start a political war in my comments. We're just going to call this the Gulf. The body of water south of Louisiana. That's even better. But, we are also waiting on the new SPC Day 1, which will be coming out shortly. I'm curious as to what they do to the Sunday risk. Let me go ahead and go to GFC real quick. I'll show you what I think will occur. Layers, data. So what I think will happen, I'm gonna create this just really quickly here. Can I bring it a storm? Day 2 did come out and we do have an enhanced risk. Slight risk, excuse me. Kind of going over weather models right now. I do think we see this area here in a day 4 slight risk. We could see a day 4 slight, the day 4 slight extend into Oklahoma as well for the damaging wind, but I doubt it. I think that's what we see there. We'll make a better forecast later. But let's go back up to our tornado warnings here, where I doubt they even continue that tornado warning. If you are in Mauricetown, Sardina, Bufford, Mount Orab, Winchester, Cherry Fork, Russellville, or Hammersville, you guys can come into your tornado safe place. You are no longer under the threat of this tornado warning. You guys are fine to come out of your safe place. We have a lot of flooding reports now. Vehicle trapped in high water. High water reported inside of multiple apartments in the villages of Roll Hill. High water reported inside a building on Lafayette Lane. High water reported over roadways. Vehicles stranded and water rescues underway. And so we do have multiple. Coming to this warning as well. That lined out. That will not be reissued there. So this is our main tornado warning that we're watching. Those tornado warnings also expire at 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. But I'm pretty sure that's Eastern, so. Eastern. Yep, Eastern Time. Which is certainly good. And I think that'll be the last of that there. So I'm gonna remove that radar. We don't need it no more. Coming back, we do have a severe thunderstorm in Indiana right now. We probably won't produce a tornado. Your energy has been sucked out of this area. Come back to Evansville. This is the only storm in the northern risk right now that even gives me any thought of a tornado warning potential with these cells coming in to this area. Some pretty decent rotation to the west of Chauvin. It should remain to the west of Montague. Montague, you want to stay in your safe place. Even though you're not in the tornado, even though you're not in the direct path, this tornado can shift. We saw that earlier today, I think, with the intense tornado in Iowa and Wisconsin. You know, the track kind of wobbled a little bit. For a second, we thought it was going to go through Harry Prairie or something. Harry's Prairie. I'm not exactly sure. But that's beside the point. Bring that up to where that's supposed to be. Let's go back to Ohio. We have another update. Tornado warning dropped. We only have 2 tornado warnings, and this one will be dropped pretty soon. I don't have that tornado risk with this one right now, so we're definitely going to see this one drop in at least 5 minutes, at minimum 5 minutes. Then we're going to be left with this post-tropical tornado warning. So this tropical cyclone tornado warning. Sorry guys, I gotta stretch real quick. We have been here for 8 hours and 46 minutes. Definitely fun. That's your tornadic rotation. That is why this morning. And there you go. All Ohio tornado warnings have been canceled. You do have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, however, your tornado warnings have been allowed to expire / canceled for 5 and 4 minutes apart, respectively. 5 and 4 minutes from expiration time. Which is certainly really good news coming from that. That means we are starting to get wrapped here. A very intense day today that we saw. And the SPC has updated. I'm in a marginal risk. Sorry guys, that's just nerd in me. Probably won't be able to chase tomorrow. Thought love to. And let's see. Am I right? Oh. Underwhelming. Ooh. Friday though. Yeah, there you guys go. We're going to let it load on the SPC website, then we're going to view that really quickly here as well. Thankful to no longer see what we call a moderate risk. Here's your new SPC Day 1. Alright, I've got some good music going. This is a tornado-driven slight risk down here, which we are going to be watching for a possible live stream. Again, this is tropical cyclone, so low tornado threat. Low strong tornado threat. What I'm at. And then we also have. Is that Vermont? Hold on. I genuinely don't know that, and that is a little bit concerning, considering I had pre-tests. It is Vermont. Yes, I was right. That makes me feel better. I'm sorry, guys. You had to witness that moment of what in the world was I doing. A 5% tornado risk over Vermont, which we're going to watch really closely, and may warrant a live stream. Maybe one of my last few streams before I start a job as a tire man. Yeah, that makes sense, that hail risk being there. And our other major risk, not really major, but is wind in this area. Which is why we have a slight risk in this area for your wind risk. Kind of looks like a face. Kind of like a face mixed with something else. No. So this is our only tornado warning, however, and it's got some decent rotation going close to Montegut, and this is why we said Montegut to stay in your safe place, even though you could stay west of it. Because of this threat here. So, we're watching this one tornado warning Let's go. Tornado warning. Wow. There's some rain in Cincinnati, major flooding. We also have a considerable flash flood warning for Brookville. A little bit surprising that they went considerable with that. That is not tornadic, but that is some strong wind. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a severe thunderstorm warning for Sinking Spring, Morgantown, Brainbridge, and Marshall. I really wouldn't be surprised at this point. Excuse me, sorry about that. Coming back to our Evansville storm, this one, your Tornado Genesis is done with this. Your Tornado Threat's done with this. This really does have the potential for 60 mile per hour winds, which is what it's warned for. Is this doesn't want me to end till 2 a.m. apparently. Okay, cool. Got it. I think I'm gonna go get a hamburger really quickly. We're really doing this. This is Cincinnati. Wilmington, okay. What? Is that not clear air? Am I missing something? We also have that new LaRose tornado warning here. 4J. That has tightened up substantially here over Moneygut. Definitely a little bit surprising here with this tornado warning here. Definitely surprised by this tornado warning in Ohio, which goes until 2:30. Okay, I'm wrong. That was just low precip. There's your hook, though. Definitely kind of confused me there for a minute because that looks like clean air or whatever. Alright guys, I'm gonna go take a restroom break. I'm gonna bring us back to our Louisiana tornado warning here. Hopefully it weakens before the time it wants to. This should be our last restroom break of the night. So we'll be right back in about 60 seconds. Sorry about that. We are back. Probably the last restaurant break of the stream. There's some decent rotation over here with this tropical. Got to get another one right there. Going back to this, we do have some, not the best rotation, but not the weakest rotation I have seen today. It's 206 for you. It is currently 106 for me. And I was up till 3 o'clock yesterday, 3 a.m., and had to get up at 6 to make a forecast. And fell back asleep for 30 minutes. I got home at 3 o'clock. Not 3, but 2:30. Same thing. And, well, it went... That's what happens, though. Have fun. Oh, baby needed a supercell, and baby back. Supercell. Oh, baby. Poor thing. Not even in the severe thunder. I'm gonna call this the Hua tornado. 1 second. I call this the poor baby. And then coming up to Wilmington. That's fun in storm tracking, though. Don't worry, you'll be up till 3 a.m. again. Yeah, probably. With how these storms like to do me. At least I got some good music in my ears. That's the one thing that gets me through these streams is music. I'd already be losing my mind talking about something totally random. Which I will still do every now and then, but... Probably hardly even get sleep tonight. Okay, I got some stuff I'm gonna do to this room. I'm moving in like July, right after church camp. Got to be up in 3 hours. Oh, that's gonna suck. There's very few of us that can run on like an hour of sleep. Back when my dad was a firefighter, there I am talking about something random. My school, well, the school, I wasn't even alive yet, but my school burned back in 1998. He was a firefighter. So he fought that fire pretty much all night. Mutual aid was requested from that fire department to his department. And this is all volunteer work. So by the time he leaves that, it's time to go work. He works for the county. I think it was courthouse at that time. But he wanted the road crew. And before he got home, new fire at a church. And then another fire. And so that kept him up all night again. So he went almost 3 days without full sleep. He got home. He called the day off of work because they had done what they needed to and nothing was going to be really done. So he said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and sleep tonight. He slept so long. But yeah, you are one of those people. I am too. I can survive off of no sleep for like 3 days, and then it's like, I probably need sleep, because I start hallucinating after like 3 days. Don't ask me how I know exactly 3 days, but let's go back up to our Ohio 2020. Long even is 84 hours straight. I couldn't without like energy drinks, which the lethal amount of energy drinks, which I don't care. I actually keep an energy drink at all times because if I get called out at like 2 o'clock in the morning, crack and go. And I also keep a can of Pringles. That way I'm not empty stomached. I have something. I keep like cereal bars, things like that. That way if I have to go out at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm good to go. Ah, there it is. The poor baby has a new severe thunderstorm warning. Carrying that other severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me. Jay, in about 12 minutes, you need to be near a safe place still. Blue Rose, same thing to you guys. Lockport. West, north, west, northwest Lockport, you guys are good. Has my hair always been short? I try to keep it with a buzz cut. Kind of because army stuff. Which I can't join the army yet because I'm too fat. But yes, I've always tried to keep my hair short. There are times where I just don't want to cut it because I cut it myself. Like, I just take the razor and shave it myself. But there are times I don't want to mess with that. So it kind of gets a little bit longer, but yeah, it stays short most of the time. Still have some tornadic rotation, so it's kind of weakened. But I wouldn't be surprised if it did drop a very brief tornado. Coming back to our Wilmington storm. That's your tornadic rotation right there. Let's go and track this with this. Butlerville, in less than 15 minutes. You need to be in your tornado safe place. Do not wait till you hear it's at night, and it's going to be rain wrapped if it's on the ground, which I don't think it is, but it's going to be rain wrapped, so you guys want to be in your safe place. And you're not going to know it's there until it's too late and you're already seeing the impacts of it. That's what sucks about Nighttime Storm Chaser. Nighttime storm chasing. And that's another reason I popped off that supercell near Beggs, Oklahoma on March 6th. We would have been streaming, but that's chaseable, so. But I pulled off of it because nighttime traffic is horrible. I was cut off like 5 times. 3 to 5. Your ADHD is kicking in. I'm supposed to be medicated for ADHD, but about sophomore year, me and my parents talked about it. I said, it is messed up. Like, ADHD medicine is horrible. I just don't agree with how it's used. How you gonna tell a 5th grader that, you know, stay wired in class all the time? You know, that's my thing. That's another thing for another day. So watching this morning. Excuse me, everyone. Still have this rotation over Mainville. Not anymore, because the storm just passed you. Mainville, you guys come out of here trying to save place. South Lebanon, same thing with you. And then coming back to our J20 warning. rotation's starting to let up, but you're seeing another area develop right here south of J, which will track this into J. The Florence, Kentucky tornado, likely a strong one. Another YouTube channel, Uploads of Fun. I don't watch it, but yes, I do know him. I'm getting a view of the Florence, Kentucky tornado, and it probably was strong. There wasn't a CC drop, so that's good that it wasn't a CC drop, but you don't have to have a CC drop to have a tornado doing significant damage. Probably at low end you have to, from what I'm guessing. That's your new area of rotation starting to really take over. What we're calling a meso handoff. This is your other rotation here. That's your rotation that prompted the tornado warning. We're starting to see another one pop off here. Spinning cyclones cause spinning circulations in individual spinning cells that spin to the ground and produce storms and tornadoes. Sorry. We might also here in the next few minutes have another tornado warning kind of going into this area. And possibly here. So, good news from Ohio. I'm not even sure why that tornado warning was issued, but that's just another thing that, it's another reason I'm into research meteorology as big as I am, is to cut down on our false alarm rate and the boy who cried wolf, the cried wolf effect. I think that is a real thing here in the weather. You know, people tornado warning all the time, they stop taking it serious. But when you have tornado warning for storms that we know are going to produce, that one I knew wasn't going to produce. I just don't exactly know what Wilmington was doing there. No hate though. I'm not hating on them. They obviously they have degrees. I don't yet have a degree. Soon though. Soon. 5 years. Just all spin ups at this point. Yeah, that's right. It's about that. But especially in QLCS storms where, you know, you have a lot of individual areas that just spin up really fast but don't produce. We tornado, some offices just tornado warn every single broad rotation that shouldn't be tornado warned. And that's why I'm into research, is to cut down on that. I don't know if we ever can, because QLCS storms are hard to really even pinpoint, but when we do, that'll be good. I think PAR data will help us a lot when we can get PAR data all around. I think that'll definitely help us from over-warning QLCSs. Now it's over-warning this. That's when you just warn the whole line. Yeah, it is, but you're still having that cried wolf effect, which is, you know, that's what we don't like. We only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Both of them are in Indiana. We're going to take a look at that in just a minute. Still broad rotation on both of these here, heading towards Lockport. I bring in our Indianapolis radar. The storm does have a little bit of rotation, but it's going to be elevated rotation. I can also confirm confirm this by mesoanalysis. Yes, SBC, I want mesoscale analysis. I'm not going to show this to keep it focused here, but this storm does not have the low level instability that lapse rates also suck, so. That's coming from an observation standpoint. And then moving to our Evansville radar, we have this long area, this long, wide severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Your greatest threat of damaging wind right now is in this area of the line as it's pushing east. So, that's only 60-mile-per-hour winds, nothing too crazy. And back to Louisiana, where we still have two areas of rotation, right there and right here. Now this is going to be coming close to LaRose. Your right rotation is going to be coming really close to LaRose, however it is not. Big slight risk over Kansas, Nebraska, day 3 now. That definitely doesn't surprise me. I also wouldn't be surprised if we get a day 1 enhanced risk. I'm also curious to day 4 if they do issue that new. Of course, I'm not gonna even be in day 3. Day 4, Father's Day. You know what? I wonder if the Father's Day has anything to do with this exact storm system, and I think it does. I haven't been able to forecast Father's Day much because I was spending time with my father. Weird watching these two areas of rotation. It's nothing too insane. So our only tornado warning in the country, not even in your main risk, and day 4 is 15%. They've already issued day 4? No, they have not yet, though. Currently, day 4 is technically 15, if you think about it, but because day 4 was yesterday's outlook, 6/17/2026, but that's your rotation weakening, and your new rotation just south of J overtaking that one. And that is your tornadic rotation right there. I'll probably want to use super rest. There we go. Storm relative velocity. This doesn't count storm mode, storm speed, its forward speed, and then count some other stuff. And that's why we call this storm relative, and this one base velocity. If you know how to tell, base velocity has its flaws, but it's really good for damaging wind. So Jay, you got rotation straight to your south. And so we're still watching this one rotation. Hopefully it can broaden out and weaken and not be producing a tornado, but so let's see, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning and this one tornado warning, which I do not expect to be covering too much longer. They are continuing this warning. At 129, which kind of surprises me if you ask me, but we'll see why in just a minute. And it is starting to weaken. Could have a couple in this as well, but the irritation is starting to weaken with this cell, so maybe we'll get that tornado warning to be dropped here soon. So, still watching this warning. This is our only concern, and it is broadening out, which is good. Maybe I can end at a reasonable time. Getting back to Indiana, or Evansville radar. We have this. That is not doing it. Well, we might be getting a tornado warning in Huron, Indiana, but I swear this is surface based, not surface based, but what do you call that? Elevated. That just lost me. I'm starting to go crazy. It's 1:31. We've been here for 9 hours, almost 10 hours. Certainly insanity. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a tornado warning pretty soon, though. I just don't think it should be. Coming back to our tornado warning. So we're pretty sure they just triggered. They're updating this tornado continually. I like that about this weather office. Wow. It's been 8 years. It is June 18th. It has been 8 years since rapper XXXTentacion was shot and killed. It's, definitely a little bit sad there. But definitely gonna listen to him for most of the day today. Not a lot of his sad stuff, but things like that. That's your rotation again, broadening out. So, if this trend can continue about the time this warning expires, we will not have a tornado warning, hopefully. This tornado warning does expire at 1:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So that took me a second. Until it's broadening out. And it's still there. That one broadened out pretty good. I expect that to produce a brief tornado. Possibly multiple brief tornadoes. So it's definitely going to be a so we're watching this last warning here, hopefully last. Rotation broadening out to the north of J. Northeast of J. And this is our only tornado warning. We also only have one severe thunderstorm warning, so let's go and take a look at that. Then we are going to take a look at some flooding. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now. There is an area that kind of struck me as possible tornado. But that fizzled out completely, which is really good. The severe thunderstorm warning is 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, your greatest wind is kind of on that southern portion of it. Bringing our Wilmington radar in here. And we do have multiple areas of flooding. These are upgraded flash flood warnings, so a considerable considerable flash flood warning for Independence, Cincinnati, Callington, Newtonsville, Batavia, Lawrenceburg, Rising Sun, Burlington, Versailles, Osgood, Dillsboro, Rexville. And you guys are getting more rain in this area, so that is, it's raining and I'm gonna melt. It's raining. Rain. Something I would love, but I don't want today. I want in the morning after I burn my trash. And then we have this tornado observed. Law enforcement. Can you tell me, not what I wanted to show. So, radar confirmed tornado? Am I not looking at the right radar? Is TMSY seeing something? Oh, this will be in good view of TMSY. We can abandon that. I think we can abandon this radar now. If we have tornado warning, we'll switch back to this, but other than that, I think we're done. And then we're gonna go. I think the people are seeing things. I don't know. I'm not seeing radar confirmed, but definitely not from our tower radar. About 1,000 feet up. I was gonna say, because that's still very broad rotation. Another handoff is about to occur, though. Even on the next scan, I do see a handoff happening here. This is gonna be one of those cyclics that try to keep me up till 3. That is an observed tornado warning at the bottom of your screen right now. Let's go and bring that here more centered. But there's another to the east of this one. I'm gonna wait, see what that does, see if it is a meso handoff. Cyclic, tropical. Very rare for them to be this cyclic. Yeah, you'll see them cycle a lot. But, excuse me. Whew. But, not this cyclic usually. It's 240, so you're gonna hit the hay. Alright, man, well, thank you for tuning in, and thank you for trusting me. That means a lot, personally. That means a lot. You gotta be up at 4:45. Oh, it's only 2 hours, man. But you take care and have a good night. What's good is we may or may not have Why a special marine warning? Okay. Producing water spouts. That actually makes sense. Alright, man, you have a good night, though. It's your prod rotation. They might let this warning drop, then I'm gonna hit the 8 too. Especially after this warning drops. We do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. And these are all on the same cell from Salem, Paoli, Mitchell, Shoals. It's the same area. But other than that, they might drop this warning early. Or this meso handoff successfully happens. And so we're going to be watching this really closely. It does expire in 3 minutes. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go about this. Expires in 2 minutes 15 seconds, but if they let this go, and we'll continue for 2 minutes after they let it go, I'm going to end off coverage so I can get some sleep, be ready for a very long morning ahead. I got energy drinks on deck for the morning. Probably only need one, but I have a sad thing to attend to, and then I'll be fine. That's your new tomorrow morning until 2:30. Why me? I think I'm gonna go get a hamburger and a hot dog. My lunch, because this is gonna be a long night. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I'm sorry about that, everyone. Whew. I wouldn't be surprised if they do drop the tomorrow morning at some point, though. No, that wouldn't surprise me at all. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Huma, and I'm pretty sure it's going to have tornado possible tag. Yeah, it is. So let's hope we can end before that tornado warning gets issued there. But I do expect this warning to be canceled before its expiration at 2:30. Yeah, I do. I again expect them to drop this. So, again, this is a tornado warned cell weakening towards Bayou Gauche. Going back to our Evansville storm, low tornado threat with this as it moves to south towards Paoli and Salem, but 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Even on towers, the tower doesn't look good for moving that radar. We're looking at 2,700 feet in the air, so 2,700 feet. Looks really good. For a cancellation pretty soon, it's very broad. Sorry about that, everyone. Like I said, I do expect this tornado warning to be canceled. Because your rotation is starting to broaden out, your storm is weakening. And this will hopefully be our last tornado warning of the stream, because we're going to end shortly after this tornado warning. I'm tired. So, excuse me. So, I again would not be surprised to see the cancellation here of this 20-hour warning. That would not surprise me at all. Watching a cell coming up towards Hattiesburg, it is currently what we call a special weather statement. It is where it is weak enough not to have a tornado warning on, not a warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning on, but it is strong enough, hey, we may have some issues with this, 50-mile-per-hour wind, maybe a little hail, but this is for 40-mile-per-hour winds. Still gonna throw some very, very loose items, and it's tightened back up over the last scan. And this is the area we're watching. This is our only tornado warning. Okay. I lied. I lied. Wow, okay. Perfect timing. This is not our only tornado warning, however. We do have this new tornado warning for Ellendale, Gray, Raceland, Matthews, Lockport, and Jay. Again, your phone's gone off. It's not a mistake. It's not, oh, they're resending that same warning. It's, you have a new tornado warning for you. And that's what I was hoping not to occur. This tornado warning goes for the next until 2:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. 4:10, we're done. I don't care. No, we are going to remove that confirmed tomorrow. Wow. So, we are still here. We are still going to be here at least until these warnings expire. We may have to pop another Dr. Pepper, which is what I'm trying to prevent. And I'm going to pop another, spearmint. This is, so, going to give me a little bit of a boost here, nothing too crazy. Saw some very cold water back there. And so that's your tornadic rotation, which has prompted this tornado warning. And that's moving up towards Gray and Raceland in 30 minutes. Raceland in 30 minutes. I wonder what is the last time I have taken a 10-hour stream. Definitely gonna be a long time ago. My last 10 plus hour stream was March 15th, 2025. And that was over 12 hours. April 2nd should have, but I just did not have time to cover that. So this is our 3 tornado warnings right now in Louisiana. Louisiana's popping off. Some pretty strong rotation here heading towards Dulac. You are not under that tornado warning, but this tornado warning also goes until 2:45. Oh, there you go. That is a radar confirmed tornado. Wow. Okay. Weak rotation, but a tornado on the ground. That is your tornado right there. Definitely not going to be the most intense tornado we've seen today, but... And you're going to see tornadoes. These are tropical storms. I think the max we're going to go to today is 3, which will be 11 hours. We're definitely going to be going past what Ryan Hall streamed. It's currently 2 a.m. That is your tornadic rotation right there. That is actually your tornado. It's rare when we even finish half of a bottle, even half of a gallon jug. Oh, it's got a leak in it. Oof. And I can't find the leak, of course. So definitely drinking plenty of water, staying hydrated. So this is an observed tornado doing damage. And we have this tornado warning. These 2 tornado warnings, great. This one might get canceled early. I wouldn't be surprised with the way it's looking. And we also have 1 Indiana severe thunderstorm warning as well. The weather works is crazy. We are genuinely about to have to get my phone charger because we've been live for so long. 9 hours and 52 minutes. So tornadic rotation definitely weak. This one is 2. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw those. And then we have this tornado that is on the ground doing damage. Let's store motion for marker. that is your tornado track thus far. So that is your tornado track thus far. Or this is on the ground doing damage. Excuse me, everyone. So this is your observed tornado warning in Louisiana. Post-tropical cyclone. We also have a new severe thunderstorm in Indiana. Sorry about that. Has not quite popped up on here yet. So we're gonna wait on it to pop up. Was I seeing stuff? No, I was not. And there it is. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning for Underdog, Otisco, Borden, Austin, and Scottsburg. That's your new severe thunderstorm warning. 6-mile-per-hour winds are possible. So considerable flash flood warnings in effect here. Going back to our New Orleans radar, where we did have a brief tornado. We may have just lifted here. This tornadic rotation, this tornado warning, will probably be allowed to expire. There is not an observed tornado there. I don't care what you say. Why? That is a very surprising tornado warning here. Or in my opinion. Definitely surprised they continued an observed tornado warning at that, but seeing that still going on here. Alright, I gotta get my phone charger just really quickly, because we're definitely gonna be live till about 3 a.m. Gonna bring my Supercell drawing over here. We're definitely gonna be here till at least 3 a.m. I gotta be up early. So I don't understand that, but your tornado has lifted though. So that's certainly good news coming from these storms in Louisiana, which has 4 tornado warnings active in them. And both of these tornado warnings are supposed to expire at 2:30. However, they do look to but they will probably be expired earlier than 2:30. And then your other two 20 warnings do go until 2:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And the max will go as 4:10 a.m. We may bring in a new Indiana tornado warning until 3 a.m. I'll probably be... I don't know. Right here? Or we do have a new Indiana tornado warning. That does go until... Are we in Central or Eastern? Till 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Well, let's see which radar this recommends. I know it's not going to be... because you're looking so high. Thought so. 3,000 feet. Yeah, right there. That's your track rotation. This wouldn't surprise me if it's quick spin up though, and then dies off before 3 a.m. I mean 4 a.m. This is our first Indiana tornado warning in a while. Should have stopped when we had that break in tornado warnings earlier. We have officially crossed the 10-hour mark. A rare occurrence here at Kelly Rose Weather, but might become more common, might become less common. I'm hoping to start storm chasing for you guys soon, though, so. Madison, you are under this tornado warning. You need to be in your centermost part of your house, in a study building, avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter in a substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Flying debris is the #1 killer in tornadoes. It's not being sucked up and tossed hundreds of thousands of yards from your house. It's the debris raining down. Alright, I'm going to get my phone charger. I'm going to be right back. Probably 60 seconds so I can kind of have a brief lay. I don't know. Sorry about that, guys. We're back. Watching that area right there, pretty strong rotation. Let's go back to our confirmed tornado warning in Louisiana, where they have dropped that tag. And we're watching this one. I think this one does expire. This one might be on the ground right now. I'm not 100% sure, but would not surprise me if that's on the ground. Brief tornado. I'm not going to say we, but a brief tornado. We do know tropical cyclones can produce significant tornadoes at times. Milton, I think it was. We saw that. I was at school when the SIG tours were happening. SIGgies were happening. So. So, still watching this storm here. We do have multiple areas of rotation. And again, a possible tornado on the ground. That wouldn't surprise me. Alright, let's get back to Indiana where we have a tornado warning. Definitely gonna be weak. Don't have a correlation coefficient drop, which is really good. Sorry, I am tired. It is 2 a.m. We've been live for 10 hours. I have been up for a long time. Did I go somewhere today? No, I don't think I did. But, so guys, I have a lot on my mind right now, and it's kind of got me in a little bit of a thought, but not a bad thought, but just a deep thought, if that makes sense. Louisiana. Definitely popping off a little bit more than I thought it would. This has got to be a tornado on the ground. That's my thoughts. That's got to be a tornado on the ground. So, the Grey Wolf effect is in full effect right now. This tornado warning being until 2:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Okay, that's not bad. So, we are now up to 6 tornado warnings right now. 5, but this one's died off. I don't expect another warning. So this is really close to New Orleans, so we're keeping a close eye on this as St. Rose. As we now have 1 Indiana warning and 5 Louisiana. I didn't think we'd be live here for Louisiana going crazy. 4 Louisiana warnings, still impressive coming from this tropical cyclone. So I'm having sad stuff come through my headphones and well. Excuse me everyone, sorry I sneezed there. Where we have a confirmed tornado that was literally about to come to this, where we did have a brief weak tornado here near Hanover, northwest of Hanover. I need some other music. I don't need the sad stuff going on right now. There's some stuff going on right now that I just keep thinking about. Right, back to the good stuff. I know we did have a brief tornado though. Still a tornado on the ground. Though it is weak. So we did have, this tornado has probably lifted, but we did see at least a brief weak tornado. So, that tornado has lifted, so we go back to Louisiana, where we have 4 tornado warnings. Finally canceled that tornado warning on the west side of New Orleans, which is really good. I do expect them to cancel this one as well. Very, very weak. This one, and I don't know why that one's tornado warned. I'm not even gonna ask. It's Lake Charles. That's why it's Lake Charles. I'm not talking about Lake Charles National Weather Service or their members, but there are some things that just shouldn't be tornado warned. This is one of those. This one has some broad rotation in 2 main spots. Right there. So definitely a little bit crazy. So I wouldn't be surprised if either of these just kind of drop off here, because been there tropical things. That's your triac rotation, but it is so weak that I do expect them to cancel this. So still tracking this. Didn't block me, but definitely blocked me. There you go, that tomorrow morning was canceled. No, you need this one to be canceled, because why was that issued? I don't hate the National Weather Service. I don't ever hate on. So, let's go to Indiana, where we still have a confirmed tornado warning ongoing. We haven't looked at this in a while, but let's go over Madison. And Vive, you're under a tornado warning until 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time. And this is not on the ground still, unless it's law enforcement confirmed. Radar confirmed, okay. It's definitely not on the ground. Hopefully this weekend shortly, though. That'd be lovely. So we're really just watching multiple tornado warnings here, and this is observed, which definitely surprises me here. Here, let's move to Louisiana, where they did cancel that tornado warning for Morgan City. That should not have been tornado warned to begin with, but definitely still warrant the 20 warning down here, but it's starting to line out a little bit, so definitely gonna be good news. So, again, we're watching this 120 warning here. So these are your observed tornadoes. I'm actually going to drop this to regular base. Severe thunderstorm warnings. What? We have a new mesoscale discussion. I want to get and bring this into view. Potential for isolated severe wind and tornado will occur. Okay, that's not an issue. Because that is true. Where do you get 140 to 170 mile per hour tornadoes are possible? This is issued by a very legendary SPC forecaster, which I think is backing up proof of one of my theories, but I'm not going to say that because, again, we start a political war, and we're not trying to do that here at 10 hours and 28 minutes live at 2:38 in the morning Central. Unless I'm missing something, I don't even think we have high STP. But, a band of strong storms currently ongoing. Although storm mode is not particularly favorable. Regional WSR 88D VWPs do show very strong low-level shear 0 degree storm relative velocity exceeding 500 meters squared per second word. This should support a tornado threat with rotating cell elements within the band and isolated potential for severe. So where are we even getting a strong tornado threat? Yes, I understand that. I do understand that this area, but definitely throwing me for a loop there. This is no longer on the ground, by the way. So I think they dropped one of these storm warnings. I'm not 100%. That would be nice. I do expect them to drop this storm warning, and then hopefully drop that northern storm warning to go in Indiana. So, wouldn't be surprised if they canceled these storm warnings here. And then this one broadening out significantly, so I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes too. So, I again would not be surprised to see them drop that warning. We're still watching this area. We are going to be live longer than Ryan Hall. Let's see about max velocity. Definitely curious if I've been live longer than him. But we are going to go longer. Than Ryan. And we have been live longer than max velocity. That is surprising to me. Go back to Louisiana temporarily here. We only have one Louisiana tornado warning. Which is certainly good news. I do expect them to possibly cancel this. I don't know if we're going to be live for the whole thing or not. Because I am tired. So. So, sorry about that. I do expect them to, again, cancel these tomorrow morning. But I do expect both tomorrow mornings to expire early. Winding down again. Yeah, those will be canceled. Which will be certainly good news, because then we'll only be down to 1 tomorrow morning. So. Again, I do expect these 2 tomorrow mornings. I am going to end even with that tomorrow morning active after we see what this tomorrow morning does, because that one is going to be expired. I do again expect this to be expired as well, because that is starting to die off. I do expect both tomorrow mornings to be allowed to expire, though. They kept the tomorrow morning, which is kind of surprising to me. This one's definitely going to be allowed to expire. This is one of the few times I am tempted, because I'm starting to get sleepy, coverage is starting to become bad, to end on tomorrow mornings, but we're going to try to see what we can do. So, we're gonna leave this storm and go back to Louisiana, probably for our last check here. Again, nothing screams tornado potential with this here. I do think that it is expired. I think about 4 minutes from now we are going to drop tornado coverage today. I am tired. I'm starting to feel the effects here. I've still got a little bit to do tonight that I have to get done, so I set my alarm early. So again, this storm just looking more and more weaker, signaling to me that, you know, we don't have that tornado potential like we just have earlier. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry about that. So, again, I do expect tornado warnings to be dropped. We have officially passed 10 hours, 45 minutes. With that, I usually don't end on tornado warnings, but this is for the my greater good and our coverage's sake, because again, from here coverage is going to start deteriorating because of me being tired. Alright, so thank you guys for tuning in. Sorry we're ending on tornado warnings, but I am having a difficult time staying awake, and I don't really want to drink an energy drink because I'm not going to be up too much longer. I do expect both these tornado warnings to be dropped. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information. Thank you for tuning in for 10 hours and 46 minutes. It is an absolute honor that you guys would trust me, and I thank you guys for that. I'm Kelly Rose, signing off. Have a good rest of your night tonight. Peace out. Michael Myers on a double day.